ambassador for Boston College. I think he's a great ambassador for
But
this
I'll
league
tell you
as
this:
well.
he's a
So,
better person than he is a player.
nothing but respect
And
for him.
that's the one thing about him that
I've
I've
always
always
had
had
a
a
great
great
deal
deal
of
of
respect
respect
and
and admiration
admiration for him.
because of that.
Well,
And I think he's a great ambassador for Boston College. I think he's a great ambassador for this
I mean,
league.
we like
as
all
well,
our
so.
backs.
Last week, Dokes has gone in there and had some good runs. So try to use them all. And
You can give them guys with different skill sets with multiple looks when they have to prepare.
I think each guy has uh, shown themselves to be dependable when they've been in there. And I mean, to me, that's a big thing. If you're a dependable player, and you're going to be where you need to be and be productive when called on, then you'll probably get an opportunity to play here.
How do you feel what is Jalen Waddle giving you compared to what you thought you were getting when you
Um, Look, Jalen's a tough, smart kid. Football's important to him. Improvement is important to him. Uh, he's a good teammate. Uh, he's as supportive. I mean, he's as excited about someone else making a catch or having a good run or a good block as he is about anything he does. Um, so there's a selflessness there that I mean, we knew that, and it's been fun working with him. He's still got a long way to go. He's a rookie. Um, Still getting used to practicing in this league and the competition in this league, and these preseason games, these practices, the joint practices are good for him and really all of our rookies. Um, but I've been very pleased with him.
you mentioned improvement. Where have you seen maybe the most improvement in him over the last 3 weeks?
Um, for all the rookies, I think it's when you come into this type of environment, it's all of it is so new. I think creating a routine for yourself, um, and learning how to be a professional, what that is. I think for all of them, not I know you asked specifically about Jalen, but Jalen Waddle, um, but learning or figuring out a routine for yourself that's gonna um, help you play, or excuse me, perform at the best or the best of your capabilities. And I think that's something that all of our rookies are still trying to figure that out. And you know, do I cold tub after practice? Do I get a massage on my off day? Do I, do I get in the cryo chamber? I mean, I think it's and they're listening. They're taking the coaching. Um, I mean, we're coaching them up, and I think each one of them, Jalen. I know you talked specifically about Jalen, but um, Jalen in particular is just trying to find the best things and asking a lot of questions about the best ways to, uh, keep his body healthy, keep his mind healthy, so that he can go out there and perform.
So having missed some time, how close is Xavier Howard to returning to his peak form?
I mean, it's hard to get into peak form, you know, without games. I would say, even in week one, no one will have played 60, 70 snaps. Even if you call a dress rehearsal, let's say if we did that in the preseason, it's not going to be a 4 quarters, right? Or else everybody will be yelling at me about take the guy out, right? So peak performance, I mean, you can get close, but there's no way to mimic a 60-minute football game unless you do it. And I think the first time out is different than the 6th, 7th, 8th time out. So if you're talking about midseason form, I think midseason form is midseason. If that makes sense.
Robert,
What are you looking forward to about being back at Hard Rock Stadium?
It's excited to get back into our home stadium. Excited to see the fans, for sure. I mean, I think that was the first thing that came to mind. Especially with last year. I mean, we had fans, but it was capped at, I forget the number, maybe 13 or 14,000. And compared to some other places, it felt like it was 113,000. So, excited to get, to play in front of our fans. I think we have a great fan base, a supportive fan base, and we're excited to get in front of them. And, we love feeling their support. So I would say that's probably the number one thing.
Last question. Sorry, just one quick follow-up. With this being kind of your only preseason game, do you view this as, a way to get ready for the regular season in terms of your coaching staff and your teammates and players just getting ready and getting used to the stadium and the locker room and those kinds of
Yeah. So we'll walk through. There's a lot of guys who haven't been over there. So we'll go over there. Hey, we park here, locker rooms here, training rooms here, weight rooms here. Well, this is our sideline. That's the play clock. That's the game clock. We'll go through that. And I think you have to do it, or else to assume that these guys know exactly where all that stuff or where to go is. I mean, I think it's make assumptions. I don't know. We know what happens, but yeah, from that standpoint, we are going to try to do as much as we can to make game day as comfortable and seamless as possible, knowing full well that the first time out, there's always going to be something with a tablet or a headset or whatever it may be.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, guys.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
All righty, welcome aboard. It is time to rock and roll on a Thursday. Hope I'm sorry there. Listen, next week, we're growing every day as a program, and I'm working my ass off to get this whole thing off the ground and provide the best guests for you guys and the best coverage. Next week we add a full-time producer. So, all these kind of screw-ups and things like that, they will be limited because it won't be me. It'll be Sean Stanley doing it every day, starting on Monday. So I'm enjoying that part, that I won't have to handle a lot of the technical stuff anymore, as my man Sean Stanley will be joining the program on a full-time basis. So I am looking forward to that. Hope you all are well on a Thursday. Hope you enjoyed the portion I was able to give you of the Flores press conference. He didn't really say anything earth-shattering, none of that. He kind of went over the Matt Ryan stuff, that Matt Ryan was, balling against him when he was a freshman and all that stuff. And Matt had really nice things to say about Flo and all that kind of stuff. The Greg Little, he talked a little bit about, knowing Greg Little and the draft process and all that stuff. So, I mean, listen, obviously they had some interest if they're willing to trade for him, even though they gave up nothing, actually, a 7th rounder to take a shot at a guy that is incredibly talented. And if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You move on and you take the chance. And, you know, it's important that you take these kind of chances. You know what I'm saying? So Dolphins getting ready for their practices against the Falcons. We'll keep you updated on all of that. And we'll if there's any breaking news, anything going on, we'll keep you updated on any changes going on at Dolphins camp. As always, appreciate all of you out there. Remember, if you're downloading the podcast, if you're watching on YouTube, however it is you're supporting our show, please smash the hell out of the like button. It is very important that you smash the hell out of the like button, folks. That is huge for us when you can do something like that. So appreciate it. Of course, you can reach out to us on YouTube here on the YouTube chat board, which is already active. I saw where Isais beat my man Chapman for #1 on the board today, which was pretty impressive there. Nice job by Isais getting in first over Steve Chapman. So interesting there that Isais got in. What was it, like at 7:49 in the morning, and Chapman got in at 8:01. So there you go. And NorCal, I mean, NorCal says 9:40, but you got to realize it's 6:40 where he's at because he's 3 hours behind. So it's pretty damn early for NorCal too. So that's impressive. So appreciate it. You can reach out to us there on the YouTube channel. We'll go through our roll call. Always we check out, we answer some of your questions and comments there on the YouTube chat board. Twitter, of course. You can reach out to us, Big O Show, the email, Yahoo email. And of course, that is bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. So if you have any questions, any suggestions, any comments, any criticisms, insults, whatever you want to do, send it our way. Articles, pictures, videos, whatever, send it at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. So we're getting all kinds of different stuff there on the email, and I appreciate all of you reaching out. Another way to reach out to us. And of course, you can support our show. It is very important. Cash App or Venmo. And that's Cash Big O Show is the address. That's Cash Big O Show. That's the way you can support our program. Of course, we have the Super Chat, but remember, we only get 70% of the donation on Super Chat. On Venmo and on Cash App, the entire donation goes to the show, and that's obviously important, you know, not to lose the 30%, right? Anyway, what you guys are making the donation to us, not to YouTube, right? So if you can do it through Cash App or Venmo, that's the easy way to do it. I appreciate all of you out there as always. And we crossed 4,000 yesterday. So thank you all out there for helping us cross the 4,000 mark. Now it's onward to 5,000 and more and more and more, which is a beautiful thing. Got to get to 10 eventually. That's the one we got to get to. We need to get to 10,000. That's the key one right there. We get to that and we're I mean, rocking and rolling there in a big time way. Big O, did you hear Coach Flo didn't like people coming from Boston? Haha, that guy must be Bill B. Spy. Yeah, it probably. You know, Belichick's got like all kinds of spies all over the place. I mean, I think he probably spends half his salary on cheating. It's probably what he does. NorCal says, woke up this morning, had a duck on my porch. Now we wake and bake together. Puff, puff, duck, don't give. There you go. Can you catch it from the duck? I don't know. No better way to start your morning. Thanks, Big O. Hello from Colorado. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you out there in Colorado. I can't wait to go back to Colorado and go to a concert at Red Rocks. That I need, my friends. That is pure therapy when you get to go to a venue like Red Rocks to go see a concert. So I will be headed back there sometime in the next year or two. I got to tell you, my brother, Catracho is in too, I see. So we'll go through some of the comments there on the YouTube chat board in just a minute. We got a couple of guests today. Lisa Johnson, I've known Lisa for a couple years now, and Lisa does a really good job of covering the Dolphins for Our Turf Football. It's actually ourturffb.com. And listen, Lisa covers practices, goes to games. She goes to the Senior Bowl, stuff like that. So I've had conversations with her while we're at the Senior Bowl and stuff. She is as hardcore as it gets. And so I listen, we're going to bring on all kinds of people that cover the Miami Dolphins. And I want to bring people on that obviously know what they're doing and know what they're covering and things like that. And Lisa does an excellent job. She has great knowledge of the team. I'm looking forward to our conversation at 11:30 with Lisa. At 12:30, Franco Panizo is going to stop by. And, of course, Inter Miami last night. Congratulations to Inter Miami, man. 3-2 win. That was sweet. It was a little, frustrating because obviously you take the lead, they tie, and then they take the lead and you're able to tie. And then, getting that third goal and in extra time, which was awesome. And Pizarro. I mean, if you're going to try to sell the guy, there you go. Here's something to help you sell him, to get rid of him from your roster. So hopefully Pizarro goes on a little run here and is able to produce a little bit more. That was a nice strike, by the way. There were a couple of really nice passes, and the Robbie Robinson, a miss where Vasilev got the rebound and was able to put it back. I thought that was actually really, really cool. And listen, it was fun. It was fun to watch. I don't really think they're a good team, to be honest with you. I think they're kind of a gritty team, and that's credit to the coach, because he understands what he has now, and it's not an explosive team. This isn't one of the elite teams of the league. So they've got to kind of play a blue-collar type of game and play really good defense, because they're not going to be explosive offensively. I mean, yesterday for them to get even 3 goals was pretty amazing. But you got to love that they've gotten points now in 4 out of their last 5 games. It's pretty cool. Couple wins, couple ties. They've done a really nice job overall lately. They've turned things around. Now, does it mean they're going to the playoffs? No, not really, but at least they're playing much better now than they were for most of the season, actually. They just hadn't played well. And listen, we talked about this. You have 2 very winnable games this week. You're playing against 2 of the worst teams in the league. You're also one of the worst teams in the league, but it's not like Chicago and Toronto are world beaters. Chicago is only a few points ahead of you. Toronto's behind you. You got an opportunity here to take advantage in these 2 games. And if you can get 3 more points against Toronto, that would be absolutely enormous. So we will talk to Franco Panizo in the 3rd hour and get his thoughts on Inter Miami's 3-2 win over Chicago yesterday. Really nice goal by Robbie Robinson, too. The boot, it was a little sweet little boot that he did, and to get that goal, I like that one. That was nice. Marsman was weak on one of the goals. I mean, he's got to do better than that. I got to be honest with you. But again, hard to complain when you get points in 4 out of 5 games, and at least now you know that even against and they did a lot of this stuff against some of the good teams. At least you're going to get a really good effort now as of late from Inter. Not just an effort, but they're going to play solid football, which is pretty cool and gives them a chance. Leon Fresco chimes in on a little super chat. Thank you, Leon. I appreciate you on the super chat. He says, will Finns have 4 good wide receivers available for game 1? Of course they will, man. I mean, you just got to give it some time and let them get healthy, but you can't panic about that right now. The good thing is guys like Foster are getting a lot of work. Jalen Waddle is going to get a little more work, and since he's a rookie, it's good that I know he was going to get time anyway, but it's not like really, I just need you to get Devontae Parker healthy for week 1. I don't really care about it. Now, Preston Williams is going to start on the PUP list anyway. And Albert Wilson, I don't even think makes the team. So really, one of the 2 guys that are going to make the team is going to be on the PUP list. The other guy, I'm pretty sure Parker will be ready to start the season. They don't need to see him right now. He's been practicing with Tua all off season. And as I said yesterday, I am not concerned about Tua not practicing with some of these guys. I look at Tua, I guess I look at Tua differently than a lot of people. I think he's going to be an excellent quarterback. I think one of his skills and talents is touch, adjustment, ball placement, those kind of things. When you have that, you will adjust to new talent quickly. And so I'm not worried about that with Tua. I'm just not. You know, I'm not one of those guys that's all panicky about all this stuff here. It's the line that takes a lot longer to develop than the quarterback wide receiver, combination, and especially with the quarterback you have now. If you had a quarterback that was kind of limited and raw, then okay, but this is not a raw quarterback. This is a finished product. He's just not proven at this level. But this guy knows how to read defenses. This guy knows how to react to everything. He's a smart kid. Again, you got accuracy, you got ball placement. These kind of things, it's what I think what some of us, we've fallen in this rut now, right? That Ray Lucas wasn't Mr. Accuracy and ball placement. Jay Fiedler wasn't Mr. Accuracy and ball placement. Ryan Tannehill wasn't Mr. Accuracy and ball placement. You haven't had a lot of those over the years. Cleo Lemon, we could just go on. Pat White, do you want me to do this? Do you need me to do this? Like the only guy you ever had was Chad Pennington, and you made the playoffs because he didn't turn over the ball, because he had accuracy, because he had ball placement, and then everybody else did their jobs. So I'm not tomorrow. When we have Omar Kelly, I'll tell you the story now, and then Omar can confirm it. So it was I think it was my last year, being kind of a beat guy or going often to camp. And Pennington, it's his first day in practice. First day, first moment, first snap. Listen to me now. First moment, first play, first snap, first throw. Never has thrown to anybody in the Dolphins. Ted Ginn is streaking down the sideline. Right next to us, by the way. Chad Pennington throws a deep ball, about 35 yards, something like that. Not super deep because, Pennington didn't have a gun to go throwing 60 yards. But it was 35 yards in the air. It literally hits Ted Ginn on the helmet. I turned to Omar, I said, they got their quarterback. They'll be fine. That's it. Guy had never played with Ted Ginn. Now, Ted Ginn obviously didn't see the ball coming because at that time, Ted Ginn was still young and raw and still growing as a receiver. We all know. You know the story. I don't need to tell you where Ted Ginn was in his early part of his Dolphin career. And he's had a terrific career overall, by the way. He developed into a solid receiver for the rest of his career. And so, it wasn't like he was a bad player. He was just never going to live up to that number 9 pick. That's all. It was a terrible pick for the Dolphins. But my point is that Chad Pennington didn't need a ton of practice to get adjusted to anybody. Why? It's what I told you before. It's the analogy I've used over the years. You go to the park and there's only a couple kids that can actually throw the ball. And, you're 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 6-on-6, whatever it is. And the one guy that can throw the ball, he has a kid that is on his team from another neighborhood that came by, bike rode in, parked by his neighborhood. Nobody was there. He drove by this park, saw a bunch of kids. He stopped by. Hey, you guys going to play football? Yeah, boom. Joins. He gets picked by it. The kid that can throw the ball, never played with that kid. He goes on a 9 route. And he lays it out right there on the money. Why? Because he can throw. He has that sense. He can feel it. That's Tua. That's Aaron Rodgers. That's Tom Brady. That's Peyton Manning. That's Drew Brees. That's Chad Pennington. You know, that's just when you have it, it's not a big deal that your receivers are not there. So that's why we talked a little bit about this before. I'm not worried about the wide receivers missing time. Just get me Devontae Parker to week 1. That's all, dude. I don't need I've seen enough of Devontae Parker. I know he can play. The problem he has is staying healthy. I don't think any of us deny that Devontae Parker can play. Right? Not a bit. It's just he can't stay healthy. So if they're just slow walking this thing, I'm good with it, man. I'm good with it. So don't worry so much about some of the guys missing time because most of them aren't going to play anyway on this team. You know, and Preston's not going to play for a while because he's going to be on the PUP list probably to start the season, which is the smart thing to do. Let that kid get healthy. And then that's it. Once you get Will Fuller on the field and Parker, those are the two guys. And Fuller and Parker were practicing with Tua in the offseason. So he's already thrown to those guys. It's fine. I'm not worried about it whatsoever. Let's see. Big O, we shouldn't panic about everything. I wasn't worried about Dave Wanstead's team after 2003. It all went downhill after that. That's Dave Wanstead, bro. Are you comparing Dave Wanstead to Brian Flores? Seriously? Like Dave Wanstead inherited a great defense that carried his ass and allowed him to have that thinking, that conservative thinking of, no, we'll punt, we'll settle for field goals. And yeah, you'll settle for losses too in key moments. Dude, please. It's early in the morning. Why do you want to make me sick? Why do you want to insult me? Why do you want to insult Brian Flores? And, Dave Wanstead, I like him personally, man. Really nice guy. Was not a good head coach. He was just very fortunate that he inherited a really special defense. His job was to figure out the offense. And like his predecessor, Jimmy Johnson, he couldn't figure it out. He did better than Jimmy, but it wasn't good enough. That's all. Pretty simple. But please, don't compare Dave Wanstead to Brian Flores. Brian Flores has got cojones, dude. That guy will take chances. And he'll take chances, and his teams aren't even ready yet sometimes. They're not even a season to some of the teams that Dave Wanstead had. Please, 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 please do not compare Dave Wanstead to what's going on with Brian Flores. Brian Flores is building up his own team along with Chris Greer. Dave Wanstead inherited a defense. There's an enormous difference there when you have to build it yourself compared to you. Here you go. You're gifted. Here you go. Here, I'm going to give you Tim Bowens, Zach Thomas, Jason Taylor, Pat Surtain, and Sam Madison. There you go, dude. Have fun. Well, wow, thanks. That's going to help a lot. Yeah, of course it is. Just, please. Don't do that. Don't do that to Brian Flores. Let's see. Remember when Flo ran onto the field in defense of Jakeem? I want to see that this season. I just want to see Jakeem Grant return a couple touchdowns for a couple of kickoffs for a touchdown. That's what I want to see. Let's see. Tommy Adriola says, why do you think Wilson doesn't make the team? Because if you're not a starter, he doesn't help out on special teams. So if you're going to be the second, he doesn't make it over Parker. He doesn't make it over Preston Williams. He doesn't make it over Will Fuller, and he doesn't make it over Jalen Waddle. So if you're going to be the fifth guy, which is what he would be, then you need to do something else, bro, because you're not starting. And you're not reliable. Proven. You've already had a couple of injuries since you've been here. And you took the year off last year. And he's out now. Albert Wilson could not afford to get injured. So, Foster is a gunner and a receiver, right? Jakeem Grant is one of the three best returners in the NFL and a mediocre receiver. But he's incredible as a returner. Who's the other guys? Jalen Waddle can help you out on special teams, so he'll be a part-time returner. If you're going to be on the back end of this roster, you've got to be able to help out on special teams. So once you get to the 5th, 6th, or 7th guy, those players have to help you out in other areas. They have to be returners. They have to be gunners. And Albert Wilson has never, ever helped you in those areas. So he's useless. I don't think Albert Wilson or Allen Hurns were ever going to make this team. Wilson is the guy that I thought would get traded when it's all said and done, because we're just watching now the coach play offensive linemen at different positions. He drafts Javon Holland because Javon Holland not only plays safety, but can step in and play nickel for you, cover the tight end, something along those lines. Versatility. It's kind of what it is. Jalen Phillips playing linebacker, playing end. You understand? They're very big on players having multiple talents on your team and being able to be multiple and play different positions. Albert Wilson and Allen Hurns don't help you out anywhere but wide receiver. And if they're not better than Parker, and they're not better than Preston, and they're not better than Jalen, and they're not better than Will Fuller, then you need to help out in other areas because you're not going to start. Now, I will tell you this. Could Albert Wilson make it for the first couple of weeks while Preston Williams is on the PUP list? That's possible. But eventually they'll have to make a decision on Albert Wilson. That's going to be the issue there. That's why I don't feel that Wilson will make the team when it's all said and done. I thought he would get traded. The only way in my eyes Wilson makes the team is if they have a ton of injuries, like serious injuries. Dan says, interesting to see if what Big O thinks of this one, talking about McKinney and Roberts during his podcast session, and mentioned both being the same type of player and which one stays or which one goes. McKinney or Robert. Oh, yeah. We talked about a little bit about that. Yeah, I don't know if both can make it. I'm not sure, because they're both 2 down linebackers, and they don't help you out on like versatility. We were just talking about that. And those are 2 linebackers that bring no versatility. Now, they're really good at what they do, but I think McKinney's the one that makes it. I do. Because Roberts has to come back also from a knee injury. That's pretty tough for a Landon to do. We'll see. That decision will happen down the line, and we'll figure that one out. All right. Let me see. What else do we have? Brian Flores, David Furones says we'll have a meeting tonight to determine how much vets will play in the preseason game number 2. Expect most guys to play, but as far as how much and who, that's a meeting for tonight, Coach Flores said. I don't know if you guys caught that. Let's see. I will keep you updated on everything else on the practice side. If anything develops, I've got the Twitter feed there. I will keep you updated on everything that is being reported. Of course, you got a question on our Twitter feed at Big O Show. You can send it in because I've got it right here in front of me. You can obviously send in on the YouTube chat board if you want. You got any questions or comments? Twitter, Big O Show. By the way, email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Of course, if you're listening to the podcast, watching it on YouTube, please smash the like button. Great job yesterday. Got us over the 200 likes. So that was actually really, really cool. And again, incredible download numbers yesterday. Didn't break a record because that would be, but actually it was record like, because we got to another plateau 2 days in a row that we had never been to. So appreciate all of you out there with the amazing numbers of downloads and supporting the show. That means everything, I got to tell you. Let's see. Mike Garcia says, lots of racks, old stuff. I need racks. I don't know what that means. I don't know what's going on, Mike. I don't know what you're looking for. What is Mike Garcia looking for? What's he talking about? Like racks? Like you want to call Pallet Rack City? I like those kind of racks. Like well, you got to call Pallet Rack City, my man. Call Eddie Pereira. Get it done. I'm telling you, then Hialeah, they'll take care of you. I have no idea if that's what he's saying. Let's see. Lots of talk about old stuff, guys. Let's focus on this year. Yeah, but that's been a problem, Tommy. We have a lot of Dolphins that are living in the past, and they are kind of their frustrations from the past. They keep coming back to these guys. You know what I mean? And it's a shame. It's a shame because this is a really fun ride. What's been going on. You know, I know we're all tied into we're all caught in the moment, right? Because we're in the moment of this season and we've got urgency that the line has got to come together and Tua's got to turn the corner. And well, if Tua doesn't turn the corner, they've got picks next year. You got to already trade for a new quarterback. And we have so much urgency by some to get this thing, like, get to the Super Bowl already. We've kind of lost sight of everything that's going on. You realize that we're ahead of schedule, right? I mean, come on, let's be honest. At the beginning of 2 years ago, when they tore it all down and they barely had any talent left on that team, after the Tunsil and Minka trades, you thought this rebuild, I thought it would be year 4 that you'd have a shot at the playoffs. I had no idea they would even win 5 games that first year. I thought they wouldn't even win a damn game that year. And they had a winning record in their final 9 games. And they go and beat the Patriots. So they go and do several things that I didn't even expect. And then in year 2, I didn't expect them to win 10 games. And they go out and win 10 games? Are you kidding me? They're knocking on the door of a playoff? Wait a minute. They just tore everything down the year before. How in the hell are you here already? And now we're sitting here in year 3, and we've picked up some of us have picked up the urgency, the demands, and the expectations that you've got to be in the playoffs. So in order to be in the playoffs, well, then Tua's got to be a playoff quarterback right now, and the offensive line has got to take, a turn for the better, so that way the running backs can take that next step, all that kind of stuff, right? Think about it. While I'm also one of those guys, I'm guilty like a lot of you. Like, I think they're a playoff team. But I also have to take a step back and realize, and a lot of you are going to have to take a step back and realize that you're way ahead of this rebuild. Now, I know some of you are in this trap in this feeling of the last 20 years, 20, 25 years, it's been so torturous that I don't have patience to wait. And I get it. But if you really look at it the way it is, it's been a really fast turnaround. And it's a productive one, because all we've ever seen with Dolphin coaches and GMs is this. And kind of middling like this, not where you peak, at least, let's say the Marlins. Okay, the Marlins are down, and they're down in the gutter every year. But 2 times they went and soared to the top. So at least they gave you a couple championships here in the last 20-something years in the process of all of this. So, okay, that's something. You haven't even seen that with the Dolphins. So I get it. So it's been kind of mediocre. They're kind of not good enough to be a playoff team, but they're not the worst teams in the league. So they're kind of stuck in the middle. And every once in a while, they'll kind of glide up and hang out with some of the better teams, but they won't last very long, and then they'll go right back down again. And then they'll have their terrible moments that they lose to bad teams. That's been the Dolphins, and I get it. So it's hard for me to tell you to have patience. It's hard for me to tell you, hey, take a step back, look at the big picture. Everything's great right now. Because that's the one thing that I do want to remind Miami Dolphin fans. Everything is great right now. The trend is upward. The improvements are consistent. So let's just, take a step back and let's allow these coaches and players to do their job. And maybe they do the same thing they've done the last 2 years. They improve as a team as the season goes on. But it's hard for us to expect perfection in the early part of training camp. It's a little much. It just is, And that's where I think sometimes we have to be a little bit more realistic about what's going on with the Miami Dolphins. Okay? So, just, I love the Dolphins too as much as you guys. I want them to win as much as you guys. But I think we also have to kind of slow down a little bit and kind of smell the flowers and appreciate, like I told you guys yesterday, enjoy this because the day they do get to the pinnacle, you're going to remember all of these stages, and they're going to be a lot of fun to reminisce about. It's not fun to reminisce about Sperano celebrating field goals. It's not fun to reminisce about Joe Philbin picking up trash off the floor and being embarrassed and Hard Knocks and all those kind of things. Cam Cameron, hey, we got to turn that thumb right side up, and the Ted Ginn family. I mean, we have so many things that we look back on, and we look back on shame, Bullygate, yada, 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 everything that's gone on. I get all of that. But since these guys took over, it's been a really fun ride. And I think it's just going to get better. I think the stakes are going to get higher. I think we're going to go to places that the young Dolphin fans have never, ever been to. Us old Dolphin fans, we're finally going to see the team get back to those points, but we got to let them get there at least. Easy. Easy. That's all I got to say. Take it easy. Take it easy, baby. All right. Jay Gelfin says, good morning, Orlando. Looks like my New York Yankees are coming on strong. By the way, Inter Miami, huge win last night. Yeah, it was really nice. And congratulations to your Yankees. They have come out of the cellar or whatever you want to call it and get back into the mix. It's been one hell of a run for them. Hey, you get my email of Ryan Tannehill about play calling. I saw it there, but I haven't watched the video. Steve Chapman says, can't hear flows. Oh, yeah, I know all about that. That was earlier. Sorry about that. We fixed it, but it was tough. GP Trap reminds everybody to smash it and the like button too. Let's see. Good morning, Big O. You were spot on how high school and college football has shaped the O-line and linebackers dynamics nowadays. And then he reminds, hit the like button. There you go. Lucho Lalo says, Inter Miami with that amazing dub last night. Let's go, Pizarro. The Joker is back. Now they're showcasing him so they can trade his ass. They need Pizarro to play really well so they can unload him because he's certainly not a DP. Big O, that the music will blow out my eardrums. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I have it too loud? My bad. I apologize. Don Parlamento is in the house. Joe Banos is in the house. Nizzle says he's back. Livardo says, good win for Inter Miami last night. Pizarro and Robinson stepped up. Hopefully they can get both going. I'm not worried about Robbie. Robbie's got to stay healthy is Robbie's issue. Robbie can play. Robbie will be fine. Pizarro, the Pizarro last night, can I just say, I mean, it came to him and he was able to, hit it in and good for him. The sun shines on every dog's ass every once in a while. Let's not make it sound like Pizarro's turning any kind of corner. But it would be nice if he does turn a little bit of a corner and fool somebody and maybe they can unload him. Let's see. What else do we have here? 731 Miami says Red Rocks is amazing. It is. Best place for a concert that I've ever been to. And I've been to a lot of places. Robert Tavares is recovering from COVID, says Fred Davis. Well, then we hope Robert Tavares gets healthy soon. Prayers for you, sir. Let's see. Tony says, why don't you have anything with Dolphins' new logo around you? Because this is what I think of the new logo. That's why, Tommy. The new logo sucks donkey ass. All right? I was going to use another, part of the anatomy, but I wanted to be a little decent. Okay? All right? It sucks donkey balls after running 27 miles. How do you like that? Those are my thoughts on the new logo. I don't like the new logo. I wouldn't wear the new logo. I hate the new logo. I can't wait till they eliminate the new logo. The new logo is pure garbage. Are we clear on that? I guess you are new to the show. Greg Sportenwood says, do you think Newton starts week 1, and where do you see Miami have advantages over New England? Everywhere. Everywhere. I think they're the better team when it's all said and done. So I don't think any of their quarterbacks are going to have a field day against Miami secondary. I don't care what tight ends they have, and one of them is always injured. I'm not concerned about the Patriots. I think the Patriots are all hype when it's all said and done. Again, they will struggle to be 500 again this year. That's what's going to happen. I'm not worried at all. I worry more about the Bills, dude. That's the team I worry about. I don't worry about the Jets, and I don't worry about the Patriots. I get it. We live in the past, and we think that the Dolphins are going to do everything wrong again, and they're going to make bad trades, and their team is going to suck, and they're going to make bad decisions. And I know some of you Dolphins live in the past, and you can't get away from the negativity. And then on the flip side, some of you live in the past and you think New England is the same team, and New England is not the same team anymore. They're not. And so until proven otherwise, I think they'll struggle to be 500 this year. Again. That's all. I don't think they're that much better this year than they were last year. I don't buy any of that. So I'm not worried about New England. Miami wins that first week against New England. I got all the confidence in the world on that. It's Buffalo, man. I'm moved on to Buffalo. That's the team that you got to measure yourself against. Patriots, they'll beat the Patriots, man. Ken Sean says, how about the defense? Very sound, very vanilla in how we dictate a third down. It's really how many mistakes we can make. You Mail taking over being ranked number 1 of last year. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Listen, Ken Sean, I think the defense is going to be awesome this year. I think they're going to be better at getting after the quarterback, adding Jalen Phillips, getting Vince Beagle back. Overall, I think Van Ginkel will get better. I think Ogba is going to be a werewolf because he's on a contract year. I think they've got a great secondary. I'm really liking, the backup corners right now. They look solid overall, and Igbenogany is not one of the main backups. He's kind of like 5th right now or 6th. I like everything, and also I think they're better at safety this year. I think that kid's going to be a star when it's all said and done. I think the defense is going to be awesome this year. It's really more about the O-line coming together and how long during the season, because I'm not one of those that thinks that the O-line is going to figure it out this week or next week. They're not. It's going to take the season, and maybe is it game 3? Is it game 8? Is it game 10? Is it too late by game 15? You know what I'm saying? So it's really up to the line and how productive they can be to keep Tua clean, to allow the receivers and the tight ends to do their job. And obviously, you've got to do something on the ground. So that's really more what I'm worried about. I'm not concerned about the defense. I think the defense is going to get better this year than they were last year. And they were pretty damn good last year. Rico's Couch said Ted ran out of bounds again. Rico, Think about this, my man. Think about this. We made fun of Ted Ginn running out of bounds all the time. That's probably why he had the long career that he had. He didn't stay inbound taking hits. You think about it, Ted Ginn was very smart in avoiding extra hits. I got to give him some credit on that. We were making fun, and he's like, you fools don't understand this. I'm not going to take an extra hit. I'll go out of bounds, and I'll live for the next play, and I'll live to catch balls for 10 years and make a lot of good money in the NFL. So we can make fun of him all we want, but it's probably professionally the smarter decision not to stay inbound and try to get 2 more yards and then take that linebacker hit. Maybe you're better off not getting those 5 extra yards, step out of bounds, and live for another play without a concussion. I'm just being honest, okay? Because I'm with you, Rico. I made fun of it too, right? But as the years went on, I started to think about it. I go, maybe he was right on this one. Hey, Marvin Harrison never took hits. He would slide. He would go out of bounds. When he'd see defenders, go watch Marvin Harrison highlights. He made a career of avoiding hits, which is kind of smart. It allows you to prolong your career. Yeah, it's great to try to fight and break a tackle and then take on another hit and all that. Well, then, Jarvis Landry will have, more issues with his health than Ted Ginn will because of those kind of things. So, I don't know, man. You might be right. Big Bob says, I missed the morning workouts at Hialeah Park and seeing Dr. Carter and Devil's Bag. Okay, Big Bob, I'm not exactly sure about Dr. Carter and Devil's Bag. Is that a good thing, a bad thing? Are you taking a shot? Are you complimenting? I'm not exactly sure what that whole comment is all about, but I love Hialeah Park. Let's see. Big O. What's it called? I'd argue that Tannehill was very good when it came to protecting the football. Oh, yeah, he was very, very smart on that. But he was also extremely conservative, too, at times. Too conservative. And showing decent accuracy. Problem was then what it is now, poor protection. Hopefully they give Tua protection. Now, dude, it's the same. I get it. He's put up great numbers at Tennessee. I get all of that. He doesn't elevate a damn thing. Okay? Last 2 years, watch what's gone on. They shut down Derrick Henry, and he does nothing. It's the same thing with Lamar Jackson. He gets to the playoffs, and they shut the running game down, and he can't beat you with his arm. So now they go get another monster at wide receiver. So now he has 2 absolute monsters at wide receiver, although, the guy they just got is a sack of injuries. He's always injured, so we'll see if he can play a whole season. And then they've got the beast in the back. So they've done everything possible to help him elevate, but he doesn't elevate anybody. He facilitates, not elevates. And Ryan has become a fantastic facilitator. But when everything breaks down, when there's chaos, Ryan Tannehill cannot be found anywhere. Okay? And neither can Lamar Jackson. So when I watch those 2 guys beat people with their arms after they shut down the running game, then I will tell you they finally graduated from quarterback school. Meanwhile, I still think they're a product of the system, a product of the play calling, and they do their job in filling in, but they do not elevate. Okay? That's all I can tell you. Lamar Jackson elevates your running game, doesn't elevate your passing game. They both have the same issue in different ways because Lamar obviously is part of the running game. Ryan is not. But if you shut down the running game on each guy, they shut down both offenses. And that can't happen. That's not what, for me, franchise quarterbacks, no, you got to be able to overcome that. So, yes, they've done a really good job overall in the way they play, but I'm not buying the rest of it, So you guys can if you want, and you can live in the past and all that. I'm moving on, bro. Here's a guy that will work with chaos. You saw it this past week. He's got Jackson rolling into his feet, and he still completes it. You saw him dodge 2 defenders this past week where he had to go one way and the other, looking upfield the entire time. He never looked at the defenders. You could never see these guys do that. Ryan Tannehill would never do that. He'd get sacked because he would have never even seen the damn defensive end coming because he didn't have the what's that called, the awareness in the pocket. Let's see. Juan says, sorry, my man, but to say that Tua has it's just crazy. Guy has to prove that he can be an NFL starting quarterback. So Juan, so it's okay to say that he's not there. It's okay to give up on him, but it's not okay to say that he has it. I don't understand that. So I can't go out on a limb and say that he has it. Is that what you're telling me? Right? So I can't say that Javon Holland has it, and he hasn't proven it yet. So I can't say when I'm sitting there taking notes at Dolphins camp 20 years ago, I guess it was, and I watch Oronde Gadsden in the first practice, fresh out of the Portland Fire Dragons, and I say, oh, they got themselves a player. So I can't say that. And they had a player. So I told you on the first throw by Chad Pennington, he hits Ted Ginn on the head on a sideline pass. And I turned to Omar, I said, they got a quarterback, they'll make the playoffs. So I can't say that. So you're telling me that I can't go out on a limb and say something positive about a player and put my ass on the line that, okay, if I'm wrong, obviously I'm going to get slammed by some of you. Right? So I can only go out on a limb and say somebody sucks. I can only go out on a limb and say they'll never be a player. I can only go out on a limb and say that Jakeem is terrible, right? Oh, so you got to trade him. You got to cut him. I got you, bro. I got you. I didn't know the rules. I had no idea that I can't make positive predictions about people. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now been taught something here in sports radio and in sports life. I can't be positive about something. I can't go out on a limb and predict that somebody's actually going to be good. I'm only allowed to predict terrible. Got it. Okay. All right. Didn't know. Had no idea. I apologize. I just want to say I apologize. I didn't know the rules were that I can only say negative stuff. All right. Nizzle says, remember when Flo ran on the field? That's right. I remember. Tommy Adriola says, shouldn't he make it over Preston? You're talking about Wilson. Well, he will the first couple of weeks, maybe because of the pup list. That's about it. Preston has even done returns. You know what I mean? Listen, in the end, Albert Wilson's proved that he's unreliable. So I ask you, if you have to invest in the future, who are you taking the chance on? Preston or Albert Wilson? Who has the bigger upside? Preston or Albert Wilson? I'm going with Preston. Kid's been terrific off the field because he had some issues when he was in college. You haven't even heard a blip. Again, this is just me, my opinion. Okay. And this will make this guy happy because it's a negative one. I blame the Dolphins for Preston Williams' second injury last year. I thought they rushed him. There you go. So now I made him happy. I took a shot at the Dolphins. I like Preston. What can I tell you? I'm a Preston Williams fan, man. Brooklyn Bully says, really, Wilson fourth best on the team. No, he's injured. He's unreliable. He won't play through a pandemic. He had the injury from 2 years ago, and now he's injured in camp after a first couple of weeks. Unreliable, my man. He's not a top 4 guy. He might be a top, like I said, he might make it the first couple of weeks of the season because Preston will be on the pup list. But if not, you trade him. I think he's the guy you trade. Big O Chad Henne was a bust, and he and Ted Ginn were disappointments in Miami. The only highlight of Ted Ginn's career was the 2 kickoff returns versus the Jets. That was glorious. Hey, you beat the Jets. I'm good with that. That helps out at least. All right. I know he was a disappointment, but if you can beat the crap out of the Jets and beat Darrelle Revis for a touchdown. Remember that it was a touchdown and a return in that game. You remember that, right? And the touchdown was against Darrelle Revis. That was crazy. That was crazy. Beto says Mac Hollins is a good big wide receiver. Hollins is going to make this team. Hollins is the 5th guy right now. Right? Look, everything goes normal. I know I'm trying to be positive here, and I know that guy's going to be disappointed, but Preston, Devontae, Jalen, and Will Fuller, right? Hollins is your 5th guy right now. And Hollins is a gunner. And a really good gunner, by the way. He's like a standout special teamer. That's why I told you that once we get to the 5th spot, the dude has to be a special teamer. 6th spot, dude has to be a special teamer. This team is not going to just carry you because you only play one position. If you do, you're going to have to be incredibly dominant, like Jakeem. See, Jakeem's a mediocre receiver, but he's an elite returner in the league. There you go. That's the difference. And Jose Baños giving us a little love on the super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Big O, Preston just got off the PUP list this morning. He's practicing today. Oh, really? There you go. And where's Albert Wilson? So sorry. Okay. I'm not going to do it in a Shanae Otani voice because then you get in trouble for that. But problems there, buddy. Oh, with our injury-prone receivers that we have, should we keep 8 of them and most of them won't finish the season? They won't be able to, my man. They have to keep other players in other positions from linebacker to tight end and cornerbacks and things like that. So they won't be able to keep that many. And if you would keep that many, it's because they're dominant on special teams. They're dominant in other areas. So what you'll do is you'll sneak a Robert Foster onto the practice squad. Kirk Merritt lately has been making some plays, but maybe not enough to make the team. So you sneak him onto the practice squad. Those kind of guys you sneak onto the practice squad. You probably will keep Albert Wilson if, it looks like Preston now is off the PUP list. So then you'll trade Albert Wilson when it's all said and done. So I think what they'll do is they'll try to keep some of those young guys on the practice squad. And Kirk already kind of knows a little bit of the system being here last year. And Foster has been a revelation. He's been terrific overall. Let's see. Besides the 4 wide receivers that are still out, Carter, Beagle, Jones, Egwavon keep coming back all morning for live Fins Falcons practice updates. That's what Barry Jackson writes. So there you go. Okay. I am going to keep you updated on all this stuff here. Let me see. First one-on-one of the day goes to Dolphin safety Eric Rowe over Falcons tight end Kyle Pitts. Rowe jumped into Pitts, catching Radius, and knocked it down. All right, can I be positive? Because I know that one guy wants me to be completely negative the entire time. Let's be honest now. Let's be honest. If Kyle Pitts was tearing up Eric Rowe yesterday, what do you think some of the people in Dolphin Nation, especially Mr. Negative there that wants me to be negative, they would have been screaming, Rowe sucks, and we should have drafted Pitts. Meanwhile, Pitts was covered all day yesterday by Rowe, and once again here. And guess what? We don't praise Rowe. And I get it, that one guy doesn't want me praising anything. He doesn't want me to be positive about anything. But I'm just saying. Oh, you play fantasy football? Who on the Dolphins is going to be a good fantasy player? Plus, you'd take Higuain over Pizarro. Honest question. I would rather unload him too and keep his older brother Federico. First of all, Gonzalo Higuain has got to be the worst finishing DP in the MLS the last 2 years. I mean, we talk about a guy that has had a slew of chances to finish plays and fails all the time. Lucho, dude, I can't argue with you. You got to get rid of both. But how in the hell do you get rid of them when you're paying them all that money? Who's going to pick up those salaries? Mexican clubs are starving right now, so I don't know. They're the only ones that would pick up Pizarro. And I don't know if George is going to be willing to just cut those guys and eat the salary to then go add somebody else. He's not going to do that with Higuain. And remember, when you get rid of the brother, you may have a little issue with Federico also. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of personal there. And I don't know how that would affect, but I agree with you. Federico helps out in the midfield because they have very few people that can create in the midfield. Federico is one of the few guys that actually does something in the midfield. There were some really nice passes. I will say this about Gonzalo. Gonzalo has actually played better as a midfielder than he has as a number 9, bro. I know he was brought here to finish and put goals, but he has failed there. So, yeah, it's hard for me to argue. And, yes, I do play fantasy football. Yes, I do. Although I haven't joined the league this year. Busts don't make it 10 years in the NFL. It's a great point, Brandon. Now, he's a bust. He will always be a bust for the Dolphins, Brandon, because he never lived up to the number 9 overall selection. When you select number 9, I get it. He moves on and becomes a decent receiver because that's what Ted Ginn was, a decent receiver. Decent receivers that's a bust at number 9 overall. He wasn't a bust for himself personally as a career because he ended up playing in the league 10 years. So obviously he was good enough to be in the league, but he never lived up to the number 9 overall selection. And Miami never got their return for a number 9 overall selection. So in a way, I understand what you're saying, but I also disagree with you because in the Dolphins' eyes, he's a flat-out bust. That's all. When you draft number 9, you expect to get number 9 return. Lisa Patterson says, Big O, I don't understand how the fans and media can compare Tua to Herbert and Burrow for all 3 coming out of the draft with hip injuries and pandemics. Then you can equally compare them. I agree, Lisa. But, you're trying to make, sense, Lisa. Some people can't make any sense. So it's not your fault. It's not my fault. It's just people can't make sense. Some are just rolling and smoking the sense, basically, is what it is. All right, give me a minute here. Quick break, and we start hour numero 2.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
This is the Big O Show.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zins Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Friday. It's hour number 2 here on the program. Thank you all for returning. Remember to smash the hell out of that like button. We really appreciate it. Lisa Johnson will join us at the bottom of the hour. She covers the Miami Dolphins for OurTurfFootball.com. It's OurTurfFB.com. Franco Panizo from Miami Total Football will stop by in hour number 3 at 12:30. Plenty of things to talk about. I see that Solomon Kinley it's being reported that Kinley is starting over Liam Eichenberg at left guard. Jesse Davis is at right tackle. So what does that mean now, right? Did he do enough in the game? Did yesterday, whatever Eichenberg did not impress? Kinley getting back another opportunity. I thought Kinley played all right in the game, actually. I really do. And I get that they want to get Eichenberg in there. But in my eyes, I want Solomon Kinley to win that left guard spot because I think he's perfectly suited to play guard and maul people and move people. He's just got to get better in pass protection. I get all of that. So it's about the quickness with his hands and arms and the positioning of his feet. Those kind of things he's going to have to improve technique-wise, just like Austin Jackson. It's not a lack of strength and all that. It's a lack of experience. At this level, the werewolves you're facing on the other side, these dudes are badasses, man. They are technicians, and you have to be one as an offensive lineman. And listen, while they're trying to develop this offensive line, and I wanted to get into this conversation because I thought Barry Jackson, had an interesting article talking about all the different combinations and how guys are being moved around from their natural positions, and they're testing them in other places and things like that. And at the same time, I think the coaching staff is trying to find out how multiple some of these guys are. Is he limited to one side? Is he limited to one position? Can he play multiple positions? Can he play multiple sides of the line? Because some guys, because they play on the right, doesn't mean they can play on the left, and they never adjust. Some guys, they're smooth, man. They can play right. They can play left. Jesse Davis is one of those guys. Now, Jesse Davis is not great at anything. That's also the issue with Jesse Davis, too. Jesse Davis is solid. He's not great at anything. That's a problem. And so Eichenberg is considered the guy that could be great at this. So can he adjust to right tackle, or is that going to take him a while? And that's one of the things that I think we have to all kind of slow down a little bit and give this a little time, because they're figuring out where they need to play. Austin Jackson, Solomon Kinley, Eichenberg, all these cats have to learn how to play at this level. They have to learn the habits of all the people that they face week in and week out. They haven't gone through the ringer with that. Austin got a little flavor of it last year. Solomon got a little flavor of it last year. Robert Hunt got a little flavor of it last year. But it's only a little taste. That's it. They need a lot more. They need a lot more experience. And remember, here's the other thing about these linemen that you also have to take into account. These aren't guys that were taken top 5 or top 7 or 8 or something like that. These are guys that are either taken in the latter rounds or later in the first round. So there's holes in their game. It's not like like Penei Sewell, which, my God, if Penei Sewell gives up the sack here in Miami that he gave up last week, people would have been calling him a bust already. That's what I was just telling you about Pitts. If Pitts was torturing Eric Rowe yesterday and started off again today with a touchdown, we should have gotten Pitts. We should have gotten Pitts. And Eric Rowe, he sucks. The overreaction would have been through the roof. Nobody's talking about it right now. and plenty of us had, you know, we were attracted to Kyle Pitts, okay? All right, a lot of us were big fans of Kyle Pitts and wanted him on the Dolphins, okay? I mean, you know, some of you out there, all right, somebody else joined you guys on that, but meanwhile, we're not mentioning it. But it's funny, because if he would have kicked ass, people would have been all over it. Let's give some time to all of this. All right, I know it's almost like it's a broken record every day talking about, you know, patience. Andy Breakstone says Kinley just needs reps. I think they all need reps. They all need reps for this, so we can really determine whether they can play or not. That's all. We haven't seen most of these young men enough to really make a determination whether they can play or not. That's really the key to all of this. Patrick Laird has been practicing well the past few days. Reminds me of rookie Patrick Laird, Omar Kelly says. Duke Riley has been practicing well. Y'all give him a bad rap for the Bears game. Hunter Long is practicing with a brace in his left knee. Guess he was day-to-day. And Jermaine Elumore, whatever, anyway, at left guard on the second team, and Liam Eichenberg as the second team right tackle. Larnell Coleman is the left tackle. Now, remember, yesterday they used Greg Little at left tackle. Now Coleman got the left tackle second team job, and I love that Eichenberg is at right tackle now, because they need to give him reps there, because eventually that's where he's going to end up. So it's really good for him to get some time there. And it's nice to see that Hunter Long is actually doing drills with that brace on. Okay. Tua to Jalen Waddle on the middle of the field, wide open in zone coverage, reports Omar Kelly. And let me see, what else do we have here just to fill you guys in. Tua with a nice strike over the middle to tight end Durham Smythe to start 11 on 11s. As a freshman and sophomore at Alabama, Tua threw a decent amount to tight ends. That should continue this season with Gesicki, Smythe, and Adam Shaheen. Okay, there you go. Tight end Kyle Pitts was 0-3 against Dolphins safety Eric Rowe in one-on-ones to start Thursday's practice. First play, Rowe batted it down. Second and third, Rowe used field space to his advantage, pushing Pitts out of bounds near the sidelines in the back of the end zone. It's pretty good for Rowe, huh? Because that dude's 6'6". That's a physical specimen there in Kyle Pitts. And for Eric Rowe to be having that kind of a week. Now, Kyle Pitts is a rookie. Okay, Kyle Pitts is not a bust. We would be calling some Dolphin fans here, if he was getting owned by the opposing corner. Oh, that's it. Fire Chris Greer. Oh, Kyle Pitts is a bust. Oh, Lordy. I love it. I love it. Don't forget to smash the hell out of the like button, folks. Zoe Vegas says, I think the make or break year is next year. Flores said the team presently assembled is the core team moving forward. I think this year they bake, they gel. Next year is the real run. Well, Zoe, that's why you're with me here. What is our saying on this program, ladies and gentlemen? What is our saying? Somebody put it on the text right now. What is our saying on this program? I know there's that one guy wants me to be negative all the time and not give out any positive predictions about players or the team or anything like that. I can't do that. I'm not allowed to do that, but I'm going to do it again. I'm going to wait for somebody here on the chat board to type in what is our slogan for the Dolphins over the next 2 years. Please tell Zoe Vegas what it is. I want Zoe Vegas to see it on the chat board. There's 173 people on the chat board. And why don't you all 173 smash the hell out of the like button, please? Please do that. Michael Young, you're on target. Not how we say it, but you're on target. Playoffs this season, Super Bowl next year. Kind of. That's exactly it. But we don't say it that way. How do we say it? Come on. Somebody get it. Greg Sportingwood goes, I don't want Watson. I'm just curious what you think he ends up. This mess is all over and will be successful again. Oh, he'll be successful because he can ball. He's an idiot, but he can ball. And the Eagles seem to be, I'm not going out on a limb here or anything, but a lot of people are talking that the Eagles are ready to trade for him whenever he's available. And I would imagine if Jalen Hurts doesn't get it done, they'll stay ready for it. But if Jalen does ball out, then you never know. Trust the process? Nope. Super Bowl bound next season has been what Big O said. Yes, I have. But how do we say it? Man, really? You guys have forgotten how we say it? You forgot how we say it? Come on. No, it's not trust the process. Yeah, I know you guys. There we go. Rob is getting close. He put tune up this year, title next year. That's it. Pretty close. Tune up in 2021, title in 2022. Okay? That's how we say it on this show for the Dolphins, except for that one fan that wants me to be constantly negative. Tune up in 2021, title in 2022. You got that? That's what's going to happen. Okay? NorCal's got it in there. 21 tune up, 22 title. That's what's going on. So there you go, Zo Vegas. That's what it's all about, baby. Tune up in 2021. Title in 2022. That's what it's all about. Dillard might be worth a gamble from Philly. Big O, love your show. I live in Pennsylvania. Go Dolphins. Thank you, Craig Sebring. I appreciate you out there in Philadelphia. Appreciate you. Patriot USA says, new to show. Well, welcome aboard. Thank you. Manny J. Snow is in. Enjoy the ride. Damn right. Got to enjoy it. I also say that. Gary S. says, tune up this year, Super Bowl next year. Maldonado says, in it to win it. Lisa Patterson says, tune up in 21, title in 22. There you go. Miami Kid J says, out of all the great adjectives that you name about Tua, the only one that I might hold a reservation on is reading defense. But I think he will eventually do it at a high level. Ooh, I completely disagree with you. I think he can read defenses perfectly. He reads and reacts quickly. You gotta, Miami Kid J, you gotta throw out last year. It wasn't his offense. He wasn't comfortable. He didn't know the offense completely. They didn't even actually share everything with him offensively. He just didn't have all the information. He didn't have practice time. He wasn't the number one guy. The offense wasn't catered to him. The offensive coordinator was in love with Fitzpatrick. This is the third time they worked together. So he was more about trying to win. He's a 70-something-year-old man, dude. Do you think Chan Gailey was worried about the next 5 years? No, man. He came out of retirement for a year or two. That's it. And he played with Fitz. That's why. So for him, it wasn't a long-term thing. It was a stopgap thing. Just like it seems like that's what Flo had. A stopgap thing for the moment to try to develop the team. But then they got the quarterback, and so now they needed to cater everything to the quarterback that they have now. If you're going to draft him, if you want him to develop, well, then you better help him develop. And having a coordinator that is not committed to him and is committed to the veteran, that doesn't help in his development. So it had nothing to do with reading defenses. The guy played in the SEC. This guy doesn't lack anything in reading defenses. I mean, durability is the only thing that for me is a legitimate concern with him. Outside of that, nothing else is a concern at all. I couldn't disagree with you more about that. O-line will blossom in 2022. My guess for why we get the title in 2022. Joel, I like that. I like that. And it probably will take this entire season to develop those guys. At least I hope. Right? Let's hope that at the end of the year, it's not like, oh, well, they got to go out and try to get a right tackle and a center, and then they've got a couple more holes. The Get Up 17 says, I'm excited to see the interior D line bring pressure and stuff to run with Wilkins and Davis. Yeah, and Benardrick McKinney. Okay? Benardrick McKinney is going to be the ultimate run stuffer. You Dolphin fans out there are going to love this guy. You're not going to love him in coverage. Okay? You're not going to desire him to be a sack specialist. But when it comes to running the football, this is the guy. This guy's a thumper. This guy is going to blow up the hole. He's going to blow up backs. He's going to be fantastic. He's an exceptional addition against the run. Notice what I'm saying, against the run. Because I had this conversation with Omar a couple months ago when they added him. And Omar, well, no, they're going to use him more as a pass rusher, Flo says. And I said, yeah, Flo can say whatever he wants. Oh, wait. I hope that guy is watching right now because I'm about to be kind of negative. So Omar goes to me, no, they're going to use him more in the pass rush. And I said, Omar, he's not a pass rusher. Never has been, never will be. He doesn't cover in the pass. He doesn't rush the passer. You don't want him anywhere near the pass game. You want him doing what he does. He's Brandon Spikes. He's a run player. He's a run linebacker. He's a 2-down linebacker is what he is. And sure enough, that's what he's developed into. When they signed him, I get it. You want to tell the player that, hey, we're going to give you all these opportunities. But in the end, he's been in the league several years and already been to a Pro Bowl. You know what he is. He's a tackling freaking machine in the box. That's who he is. He's going to be awesome against the run. Awesome. Okay? Nizzle says, I'm sick of hearing about the O-line. Stop making excuses, bro. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry I'm making excuses for guys that have barely been in the league. You're right. I mean, they're so experienced, they should be dominating. Yeah. Nizzle, there's got to be another line in the NFL where all the guys were drafted and they've only been in the league 1 or 2 years, not even one yet. Some are entering their second year. And I'm sure you have an example out there in the NFL of a team that put together 4 to 5 young guys, because Jesse Davis is not. But I'm sure, Nizzle, you can share some examples with me on NFL teams over the history of time that, most of their linemen were taking in the second and third and fourth rounds, right? And they put together 4 out of those guys, and they all came together within the first year, Nizzle. Dude, please, enlighten all of us, Nizzle. Please educate us in football. Please explain to us how many NFL teams have actually put 4 to 5 young players that don't have a year or only have a year of experience, and they all gelled to become a dominant line. Go ahead, Nizzle, please. The floor is yours, sir. It's all yours, my man. Give us those examples. Come on. Because, obviously it must be the easiest thing in the world, right? There's no excuses. None of that, Nizzle. So go ahead. Please, shizzle my nizzle. Tell me, educate us. Because I'm sure you can come up with example after example after example of NFL teams that have 4 to 5 super young guys and they gelled together and they were a dominant line. Come on, bro. Please help me. Because, I'm learning about football. I just actually started watching this game last week. So, I need the education. Please, Nizzle, help me out. The Chiefs fixed their O-line this offseason. That's your answer. That's your answer. They fixed their O-line this offseason. How did they fix their O-line? With 4 to 5 rookie and first-year players. Do you listen? Do you listen at all? Do you pay attention? I get it, bro. I understand this world. You get into discussions with people, and when they have nothing to say and they don't have the proof, they go to another direction and they tell you something else. It's completely off subject because they want to throw you off subject because they don't have the answer. And since they lost the argument badly, they don't have an answer, right? So this guy tells me that the Chiefs, I didn't know that their entire line is all first-year players or second-year players, and most of them drafted in the second, third, and fourth rounds. I had no idea. You know? A young line was Greer's choice. Again, no facts, but let me just throw that out there. Okay. All right. It doesn't have to take multiple years. I know, Nizzle, it doesn't, because it happens all the time in the NFL. Again, we're all here waiting. We're all here on the edge of our seats, my man. We're all waiting for that proof of the teams that have 4 to 5 really young guys and they gelled and became a dominant line. I'm waiting for it, bro. Please help out. Okay? Let's go. I think the emergence of Albert Wilson diminishes the Waddle pick somewhat. What emergence? He's injured. He's not playing. Why? Because he played well for a week? You mean the guy that didn't play last year and then was injured before that and now is injured again, but he actually had a good week and a half of practice, so that's it? Okay. All right. Polly King 305 says, what's up, Big O? New subscriber here. I have one question, though. Who is closer to a championship, Heat or Dolphins? Oh, Dolphins. The Heat don't have a shot at it. I mean, the Heat, the only way they win a title is if, and it could happen, Brooklyn gets all kinds of injured, and then Milwaukee has to get injured. The Milwaukee one's a little harder. We just saw the dude like hyperextend his knee and come back and play even better. Just what a freak that guy is. He's awesome, man. He is amazing. That's the only thing. They're too old, man. And this is the one year that they have a shot. I give them like a super slip. They can't beat the West, but they get there, yeah, because of certain things that could happen in the East, but they're going to get older and older. The Dolphins are on the rise. The real question, my man, is who's closer to a championship? The Panthers or everybody else? It's the Panthers. They're closer than the Dolphins. They have a shot this year. Next year, the Dolphins win it all. I can't help you there. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that dude that wants me to be negative, but the Dolphins are winning next year. This year, it'll be the Panthers. Okay? With all that speed at the wide receiver room, I'm not worried about the offensive line. I think the offense is predicated on getting the ball out fast. They have weapons. Yeah. And they have the quarterback that can do it and can read defenses. So I'm not worried about it. Corey Moran says, got in here late, brother. What record are you projecting for us this year? 12-5. 12-5. Okay. I know that they want me to be negative. Well, one guy wants me to be negative, but 12-5. Operation Theater says, just jumped on and already know he's talking about Albert Wilson. Chase One agrees. Panthers might have the best chance. Hell yeah, they do, bro. Hells to the yeah. Ron Carlatine says, what's up, Big O? Just want to say fins up, and I'll be watching them week 3 in Vegas. New subscriber here. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate you. Ron on the all-night telethon is with us here now. Miami militia. Okay, I hope that's like a good militia. I hope it's not like some of those crazy bastards in Michigan that've got those crazy militias. So I'm hoping this is a good militia. But Miami militia says agree. Miami kid, the only time I'd worry is inside the 5. Why? Tua will pass it for a touchdown. Quick receivers. I'm good with that, man. I'm good with that. Patriot USA says 13-3 possible would be pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I don't know if we're allowed. Are you allowed to say 13-3 and me 12? Because I mean they and by the way, it's 13-4. It's 17 games. You got to do the math the right way. Or maybe you want 14-3. I'll take that too. I have no problem. But we're pissing off that one viewer. There's too much positivity here. My Lord. We're going to get lost in the shuffle here. Too much positivity. What else do we have here that I may have passed up on? Chester Rockwell says, Mike is looking for love in all the wrong places. Preston is practicing today. It'd be a shame if he couldn't stay on the team with all that talent. I think Preston is a lock. As long as he's healthy, I think he's a lock to make this team. I think, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about Jalen Waddle, ultimate upside, right? Will Fuller has already reached his upside. All you need him to do is now stay healthy and do what he's done throughout his career, which is being an absolute terror out there on the field. His issue is health. That's it. Then after those two guys, the guy that has more talent than everybody else and potential, it used to be Devontae Parker, but all the injuries have taken a toll. It's Preston Williams. Preston Williams is the guy that you got to hang on to. As long as he's healthy, you got to give him the opportunity. And ladies and gentlemen, I keep repeating this over and over and over again. I don't blame him for his second injury last year. I truly believe the Dolphins rushed him back way too fast, and that's why he got injured. And plus, I'm sure internally, the kid felt like, I got to get back out on the field because I got to make this team. I'm young. I got to prove myself, all of that. And I'm sure some of that had to do with it, and it hurt him when it's all said and done. Before we call him injury prone and all that stuff, let's see what he does this year, okay? Because really, up until this year, the only thing I was concerned with Preston were the drops, actually. That's the one thing that kind of had me concerned with Preston. But when we talk about upside, ladies and gentlemen, Preston Williams is loaded with upside. He's one of those guys that can become a steal. Remember, X said he could be a number one type receiver while he was a pup when he first got in the league 2 years ago. And if X is saying that, and he covers number ones all the time, and we saw it on the field, kid's gifted, man. The good Lord blessed him with amazing ability. It's about getting him healthy and then keeping him out on the field, and hopefully he'll get over the drops, because that's really what I'm more concerned about. If he does have another injury this year, then okay, then I'm with you guys on the injury-prone stuff. But I'm going to give him a pass on this one. All right, Lisa Johnson's going to join us. We're going to take a really quick break here. We're going to talk a little Miami Dolphins. She does an excellent job of covering the Miami Dolphins on a daily basis. We will talk to Lisa Johnson next.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.
All right, we're back. I promised you we're going to talk a little Miami Dolphin. Lisa Johnson does an excellent job of covering the Fins. I've known Lisa for a couple of years. We talk at camp. We talk at the Senior Bowl. She goes down there. She is as hardcore as it gets. Check out Our Turf Football. It's ourturffb.com. Follow her on Twitter at LJ1303. She is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, Good afternoon. Oh, actually, no. Good morning still. Good morning. How you doing?
Yes, I am good. I am good. Thank you. Take it easy on me now. It's my first time with you. So
You're good. I've spoken to you for a few years. You know your stuff. That's why you're on here, because you know your stuff. Overall, I know, Lisa, that you haven't been totally convinced yet with Tua. So where are you now that you're watching him, where it seems like he's more in a comfort zone than he was last year with this offense and everything going on?
Oh, absolutely. And it is fair shake because, like I said, I didn't really get to see him too much last year because of the COVID thing, Bigo. So I was just dying to get my eyes on him when camp opened up. And, I like what I see. I see a development. I see maturity on his part. He's definitely taken the leadership role on. I mean, he's pulling linemen to the side. You see him talking every single play. And that's what we wanted to see. I mean, that's what you want to see. You want to see him develop the rapport with his wide receivers. Unfortunately, with Fuller, Parker, Wilson, and Ford being out, still nursing some injuries and being held out, which gives the other guys a little chance, you're still seeing him just 100% involved in this offense, which is great to see. I've certainly kept up with the stories. Fans worried about the zip on the ball. I saw one of those beautiful passes I've ever seen him throw yesterday to Savon Oddman. Flawless. I mean, it was just one of the most beautiful passes I've seen the kid throw. And I'm like, wow, he effortless too. I mean, I know a lot of people are like, oh my God, it looks like he's really, trying to get the ball out. You give the kid some time, and I think he's going to be okay. I've talked to several people about him. I was cautiously optimistic. Everybody knows that. And kind of still am. I just want to see him in the game day situations. But if this O-line can give him some time, I think the kid's going to be solid.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in the kid when it comes to his passing. I think he's going to be fine. And one of the things that we actually don't talk about, because and I know it's only training camp, so it's not a big thing, but we always talk about quarterbacks elevating others. Well, his offensive line isn't playing well.
No.
And yet he's still getting things done with Ahmed, with Foster, with Merritt. I'm not talking about Devontae Parker. I'm not talking about Jalen Waddle, although Jalen Waddle put on a little bit of a show yesterday. Will Fuller hasn't been there. Preston Williams hasn't been there. He's using the second-level guys, and he's having success with those guys. And even the back-end tight ends, whether it's Smythe or Shaheen, they're making plays with him. So you always, one of the things they haven't had here, Lisa, for many years, since 13 retired, is a QB that elevates others. And I think we're getting a little flavor of that right now with Tua, because they can't run the ball. They can't block very well.
Not yet.
And yet he's making plays with secondary guys. That tells me that he's got the goods.
Yeah, and like I said, and especially watching him and game day situations, Big O, you can only think that'll elevate even more, because we know of the emotions that go into game day. And if he can show this emotion in training camp, it's certainly going to roll over into a game. You're going to see him that one game, and I'm just waiting for him to have that one game that he takes the game over. He'll take control. I mean, if somebody misses a block, Austin Jackson misses block, you're going to see Tua right in his face. That's what we need to see.
How concerned are you about this line right now? Or is it, because some guy on the text machine was like, well, this line, it shouldn't take so long. And I'm like, well, how many teams in the history of the NFL start rebuilding a line and they put 4 to 5 young guys in it? That's unheard of. Normally it's maybe 1 or 2 sprinkled in with, if you had Pouncey and Brandon Albert here, you had like 3 veterans, and then you plug in 2 young guys. Well, those veterans can help those young guys, hide them a little bit, guide them, all of that. These young guys are looking around going, I don't have a veteran tackle I can really talk to, or a veteran guard, or a veteran center. I know Jesse's there, but Jesse's really not elite. He's experienced, not elite. And so you don't have a Mike Pouncey that you can turn to and say, hey, 7-time Pro Bowler, can you tell me how to do this? Hey, Brandon Albert, 5-time Pro Bowler, can you help me how to do this? You know, that people don't realize how much more difficult Miami has made it on themselves to build a line from scratch.
And it was funny as I was talking to one of my followers the other day about it too. Same thing you are. It seems like every single year we have this discussion with this offensive line. And it always seems like, God forbid, I don't know why Flo does this. I think it's just he loves projects. He loves projects. And he brings these guys in and he wants a line to plug and play. I mean, you need to know, if you're an offensive lineman, you better know that right tackle spot. You better know the left tackle spot and your guard spot, because you're going to be moved around, because not only does Flo like depth, he likes his linemen to be versatile. He likes them to be able to play wherever he plugs and plays them. And everybody in the NFL knows that it's going to take at least 4 or 5 games for these guys to get their continuity together, learn each other. And it's going to be rough for us because we open with New England, we open with Buffalo. You know, hopefully by the Raiders game, the third game, I'm thinking we're going to see a little bit of a change, and hopefully these guys will be together. And last year, same thing. It takes a couple games for these guys to, you know, that's why preseason is so important this year to me, because this is what we need these guys to be. And so and you're still going to see it, and you're going to have fans bitching the first couple games because you're going to see that pressure coming. But give these guys the camp and a couple games, and I think you're going to see a lot better continuity with these guys by 3 or 4.
Lisa Johnson joining us. And I love, Lisa, that you've got the right attitude about this, because some people think it's going to happen this week against Atlanta, that all of a sudden they're going to gel. And it's not going to happen unless we get to the regular season. And like you said, several games in, because they're going to scheme for them. They're going to do all kinds of things. And they got to learn. Right now they're watching vanilla coverages the entire time. Guys aren't doing anything fancy. They will once the regular season starts. And that's the experience that they need. That's the experience that Solomon Kinley has to develop with Austin Jackson, and Solomon with Dieter, and Dieter obviously with Hunt, and Hunt with, if it's going to be Jesse Davis at the right side. All of these guys have not played together for a couple of years where they know each other and they can think along the same lines. And if you have to go zone blocking in one down, you got to have the right feel for it. Or if you're doing man, you got to make sure you're picking up the right guys off of stunts and things like that. All of this stuff is going to take them a while to kind of learn it and be in a groove where they're all playing together. And you nailed it. It's not going to happen now. It's going to happen. Hopefully it happens at some point in the regular season.
And it will. And it's going to be good for Tua, too, because he's going to get to be able to tell these guys, too. And they're all going to learn together and come together as a group. And either they do or they don't. And it's like I said, at least give it to at least game 4. I've always said that. Like I said, it's just a tough opening for us, but it's a great test for these young guys. And these are men. Let's be honest. These are men out there. It's, you know, it's time to put the big boy pants on and get to work. So.
Yep. By the way, Salvon Ahmed catches a nice 25-yard pass along the sideline from Reed Sinnett. He's becoming a pass-catching weapon. And so, but I think somebody is putting here that Ahmed ended up getting injured here. I don't know yet. I haven't seen that yet. Bowden. I'm sorry. Bowden just went up to reel a pass from Jacoby Brissett and took a hard fall. That's who it was. He's on the ground getting looked at by trainers. So Lynn Bowden Jr. And Lynn Bowden was played well this past week after kind of being, disappeared for the first part of the pre or training camp. That is, he played well in the game. So it was nice to see him actually step up. What are you concerned about the running backs?
Yes and no. I mean, we don't have that sexy name running back or that big stud running back. So I think Flo's happy with these two guys. We got Oddman's definitely, to me, the clear shot right now at number 1. I mean, Gaston, he's running hard and he'll get you some things, but that 1-2 punch. But Oddman coming out of that backfield with his hands and the ability to make the catches that he is, that's a great added weapon for this offense. And so they can do a lot with that, with the tight end sets, with that running back coming out. As long as we can contain that pressure and open up some lanes for him to run and keep the pressure off Tua, I think you're going to see some great things from this kid.
Yeah, he does look like the more explosive back out of the three guys. I completely agree with you. And when we look at the tight end spot,
Yes.
who's number two in your eyes? Is it Shaheen? Is it Smythe? How are you using them?
Oh, Sheehan, that he catches everything that comes to him. So, I mean, and he's a huge target back there, and it seems like Tua has a nice comfort level with him. So I would say Sheehan, to me, is the number two right now, from what I've just seen.
Smythe is the blocker. So, although I give him credit, he got better as a receiver last year.
Mm-hmm.
He did make improvements. So he's going to be on the team because he can do, the blocking better than the other two guys. And that's why I know that's why they wanted to make him more of a receiver, because he's so important as a blocker, and maybe they can use him. But you're right. Shaheen has kind of separated himself as the pass catcher.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but and like I said, I was listening to you about Preston Williams, and I'm on. Oh my God, it's like you're my soul brother on your take on him. I think just if they get this kid healthy, I was so excited to see him this year. I thought we were going to see some great things from him. But to me, it opens up the door for Jakeem Grant now to make this 53 again because of that. So, because Grant, man, he's hot and cold. I mean, you'll love him one play, he'll break your heart the next. So,
but you love him anyways. Always on special teams. It's always. See, here's where I differ with a lot of people, and it seems like with you also, Lisa. I have him on the team the entire time. I never thought he was on the bubble at all because over the years, Devin Hester sucked at wide receiver. Brian Mitchell, you didn't use him as a running back. There's a ton of guys over the years that were exceptional as returners, and that's how they held their spot. Fulton Walker for the Dolphins. That guy wasn't any good at any other position, but he was a hell of a returner. So Shula kept him around, obviously, and was big in the Super Bowl. And so, to me, that's what you do with Jakeem. What the biggest problem with Jakeem has been injuries to other receivers that then forces you to use him. And because he's a little guy, he wears down. Now that you've got Jalen Waddle, I keep using the Hardeman and Tyreek Hill example. Hardeman is the main returner for Kansas City, but every once in a while, they're down by 7 late in the game. You need a little extra juice. They throw in Tyreek Hill. That's what I would do. Jakeem would be my everyday returner, but if I need to have a little extra juice, I throw in Jalen Waddle. But Jalen, coming off of foot surgery, I'm not going to put a full-time receiver and a full-time returner. So to me, nobody can do what Jakeem can do. Very few people in the NFL can do what Jakeem does. I would never trade Jakeem. That's just me.
Yeah, and I'm with you. But I was very surprised at how many people disagree with us on the 53 with him. And I think it is because, like I said, but Waddle, when you watch Waddle return a kick, this kid has and what you just said would be absolutely perfect in a game where you're down in the fourth quarter and you need a little juice, and you know Grant's going to get you some. This Waddle has a different gear when he's a returner. It is amazing, and he would give you that spark. But seeing him on the field, I'm in love with Jalen Waddle. I'm going to be honest with you. This is a solid pick as of right now. If this kid plays as good as he's playing in the training camp and preseason, it's going to be a home run pick for Greer and Flo on that pick. I love this kid.
What he did yesterday, he faked out a corner in a phone booth because the guy was right in front of him when he caught the ball, and he juked him and was gone. And you're right. And you're right that in a punt return like situation, that shiftiness that he has, that
amazing
movement is going to be priceless in those kind of situations. And here's the other thing. While Jakeem is smaller, and I know you got to get low to the ground to kind of get to him, he's not going to break nearly as many tackles. That may help you also late in the game. Waddle's a little bigger player, and so he might be able to break an extra tackle or two to get you yardage at the end of a game. But what he did yesterday to that DB, that's the kind of stuff that is, you can't teach that.
No,
There's
that's
no
textbook. That's textbook. There's I always say it's called the sixth sense of every single position. There's certain things that quarterbacks have that I don't think can be taught. One of those is pocket presence. That's just, to me, that's a sixth sense of a quarterback. Yeah, and you either have it or you don't. I don't think that's something you can teach. And wide receiver, the same thing. The way this kid runs routes, the way this kid instinctively knows on which way to break and cut. Oh, it's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Lisa, tell the folks about OurTurfFootball.com so they can check you out, OurTurfFB.com. Tell them about it.
Absolutely. We're actually full NFL credited NFL media site, all owned and operated by women. We have several reporters, Seattle, Cleveland, Detroit. You can find us on a podcast every Tuesday night.
Miami.
Yes, hopefully. Yes. So, but yeah, look for me, follow me. You know, I try to follow back. I love talking to everybody, and getting everybody's insight and opinions on everything. But man, it's been great with you. Been dying to get on with you. Like you said, we talked at the Senior Bowl and enjoyed that immensely. And look for your guidance and definitely take some of your hints on how to be successful in this podcast business. So
I don't know about successful, but we're surviving. At least we're trying to survive. Follow her on Twitter. You see the Twitter handle there. If not, you're listening on the podcast. LJ1303. I gotta ask, is the 13 for Marino?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. What's the 03 then?
My dad used to run NASCAR, so we were big Dale Earnhardt people.
Oh,
okay. Yeah. So I grew up with NASCAR and the Dolphins. So I just kind of, took those two numbers, and put them together.
Okay. All right. I figured 13 was for Dan Marino. It's a beautiful thing. Lisa, thank you very much. Folks, check out OurTurfFB.com. Support my girl, Lisa. She does an excellent job of covering the Dolphins. Lisa, we will chat again in the future. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You got it. There you go. Lisa Johnson. Good stuff there. Excellent debut there for us on the program. We will have Lisa back to talk a little Dolphins. Andrew says, we think Andrew Van Ginkel got an interception, but none of us saw it. We just saw him running with the ball. Okay. Tua to Gesicki for 15 yards. Let's see. Jacoby Brissett just threw an interception to Derek Abrams. What else do we have here? Van Ginkel, man. Right? Van Ginkel is that's a hell of a pickup, dude. That's a hell of a pickup, Van Ginkel. That kid just grows on me every year. It's just you love those guys. And I talked about this a while ago. I think it was last week or the week before. I don't know if people realize that for those of you that hate Chris Grier or think that he's not good enough or something, which I have no idea, but whatever. You get an ex who's a ball hawk, right? Apparently this Javon Holland kid is a ball hawk. Andrew Van Ginkel is a ball hawk. You start looking around, even the Brandon Jones kids show me a little some. You start looking at what's gone on the last couple of years. He has a knack of finding guys that like to find the football. You know what I'm saying? And it's kind of interesting that he's been able to unearth some of those guys in different drafts over the last couple of years. And Van Ginkel looks to me like one of those kind of guys that just knows how to be around the damn football. It's crazy. It's pretty cool to watch. Big O, why do you think he fell in the draft? Just wondering, because he's a hell of a player. Who are we talking about? Oh, Van Ginkel? Wisconsin, maybe? He didn't get a lot of respect. He wore those big-ass pads. He probably looked a little bulky, didn't look as fast or whatever. I don't know. He had a monster bowl game, dude. I mean, he was destructive in that bowl game. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just glad that the Dolphins found him in the 5th round. And all of a sudden, you got yourself a guy. I'm just glad for that. Brady was a 6th-round pick. Yes, we know that. Join late on the show, Miss Dolphins segment, Big O.
YouTube didn't notify me. That damn YouTube didn't notify you. Andy says, does anybody remember the Buffalo game last year? Team maybe a wild card team, but not better than KC, Baltimore, Cleveland, Buffalo. Man, listen, I think this is a team that can compete against everybody. Seriously. I really believe that the Dolphins, when it's all said and done, will compete against everybody. Herman says, like Lisa's work, follow her, man. Support Lisa. She does a great job. Karam S. says, at this point, I'm wondering if the strength and conditioning coaches on the receiver side are doing something wrong. I mean, what are the odds? Nah, dude, that's not. They rushed Preston back, and Devontae Parker's always injured, and Will Fuller's always injured. And Albert Wilson also has injuries. That's not the team. It's these guys, they have the issue. That's all. It's not, I'm not. Then all the old linemen would be breaking down, and the D linemen would be breaking down, and the cornerbacks would be breaking down. You know what I'm saying? So it's only one position, but certain guys that are injury prone. I mean, Will Fuller has been one of those guys that has had lower leg injuries left and right throughout his career. I believe he's never played a full season, if I'm correct, for Will Fuller. I'd have to look it up, but if maybe once, but I don't think he's even played a full season. He's always had hamstring issues. That's why I love the way Chris approached the deal. Greer gave him a 1-year contract. No, there wasn't going to be no multiple years because you can't trust him. But the 1 year puts it all on him now. It's like Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry had never played a full season, and last year played 14 games. Why? Because it was a contract year. So then New England was suckered and gave him the money. The Jonnu Smith kid is fantastic. I like him. Former FIU cat. That kid's turned into a solid player, and he's reliable. But Hunter Henry's got a ton of talent, but he's not reliable. He's always breaking down. You know what I mean? So sometimes it's just certain guys that you picked up that or on your team that are just injury prone, and you can't do anything about that. Rookie safety Javon Holland comes over and gets an INT. Ball hawk. Another ball hawk. That's another Chris Greer ball hawk. Anyways, as a cornerback, Xavier Howard gets a hand in on the pass. Falcons wide receiver Calvin Ridley on the other field. Tua Tagovailoa was just picked off by Falcons DB Isaiah Oliver over the middle. And Barry, by the way, has the count. It's his 6th pick in 15 practices in 11 on 11s in camp. Nice job by Barry. He's actually counting. It's like watching Eric Reed tell you when somebody dunks, it's their 54th dunk of the year. You're like, holy shit, this guy's counting the dunks. Eric Reed is a monster. He is the best. I know Eric Reed, and I've worked with Eric Reed because I used to do the Spanish side on the Heat and then the English side with Winds. So I've done both languages and been in the arena for many years. So I've been around Eric, and his sheet that he uses that has all the it must take him hours to fill all of that and he does it for every single game. Every game. There are very few people that I've ever seen more prepared than Eric Reed and Joe Zagacki. I'm not telling you they are the greatest broadcasters of all time I'm not making that argument or anything like that. I'm just telling you, out of the people that I've been around, and when I talk about prepared broadcasters, Eric Reed and Joe Zagacki, oh my God, those guys are over prepared for everything. God bless them. They do excellent work. Super V says both New England tight ends are hurt, Smith and Henry. Yeah, but what I mean is Jonnu Smith will be fine probably. Hunter Henry will always be injured is my point. But Jonnu's not known as an injury-prone guy. You know what I'm saying? Hey, listen, I don't wish him anything bad. I don't want him to do jack against the Dolphins. I want Eric Rowe to shut his ass down. Mike Monaco from the Bronx says, Big O, at the beginning of your show, why do you look like a zip in a goal in your picture? Brother, look at me. What, how can I even take a good picture? You know what I'm saying? You are not listening to me for my looks. You're not watching for my looks. So I cannot, I have no excuses for my looks, bro. You know what I mean? I feel sorry for my wife. I don't know. What can I tell you, my man? I am not a handsome dude. I'm not. This is why I have a face for radio, and I probably shouldn't be doing YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So I apologize. Will Fuller has played just 53 games in his 5 years. Don't be surprised if he doesn't play 16 this year. It's 17. He's got to play 17. It becomes an even bigger. Well, he's going to miss the first one for a suspension. But yeah, the 16 games. Yeah, he won't play them all. Yeah, he won't play them all. Although he's on a 1-year deal, I wouldn't be surprised if magically he finds a way of getting on the field for about 14 or 15 of them, which would be amazing for Will. Okay, if you could get Will on, because he's going to be suspended for the first game, but if you get him for 14, 15 out of the 16 games, wow, awesome. And please make sure that those games are the back end. Okay, I need Will Fuller healthy for the playoffs. I'm just saying. Stephen Herman says, I would pay to watch you and Omar Kelly at a Dolphin practice. Did you discuss a lot? Yeah, well, whether it was Omar or Armando or Jason Cole or Alex Marvez or you name it, whoever's been on the beat with me over the years, Steve Weish, who else has been on the beat with me? Joe Shad. And I could just go on and on and on about, I talk with all the beat guys. Didn't matter. Joe Rose, Kim Camper, whoever's been down there. So, yeah. But Omar and I, always. But there's always a lot of football talk going on when we're down there. Adam says, maybe I'm biased, but I'll take Mike Gesicki over Hunter Henry any day of the year and twice. Hell yeah, bro. Please. I don't want Hunter Henry at all on my team. That guy's unreliable as it gets. As long as your wife loves you, your looks are good, oh. Well, she does. She's got to love me if she's stuck with this. Okay? She's stuck with this. She actually sticks around. She's got to love me. Poor woman. God. Tell you. She really, what's it called? Settled. I outkicked my coverage. She settled. Okay? That's kind of what happened. That's how I describe my marriage. The wife settles. I outkick my coverage. I get complimented for what I end up with. She's probably, they're looking at her going, what did you do? What is wrong with you? Probably to this day, when she goes to visit her mom and I'm not around, she's like, are you sure you made the right decision? Is it too late to get out now? That kind of stuff. Big O, do you think you will ever have Halle Berry on the show to talk about UFC fights? That would be fun. That would be fun. Now, it would be better to do it in person. That would be even better if we could do it in person. That would be perfect. And the interview, too.
This is the Big O Show. 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 is the Big O Show. This is the Big O Show. This is.
Yes, it is. Thank you for giving me the break there. I had to take a little break. You know, you got to give me a break here. You know, you listen to regular radio, they're going to take, 25 minutes of break in an hour. I just ask you for a minute or two at the top of the hour to take a little break. All right, don't forget, folks, please smash the hell out of the like button. It is so important that you smash the hell out of that like button. It is one of the most important things you'll ever do for our program. Obviously, supporting our sponsors is also very key, sharing the link. But if you're listening to the podcast, smash the like button. If you're watching the YouTube feed, please smash the like button. It is absolutely imperative that you do that. Remember, you want to reach out to us anytime you're listening to the podcast on email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com, bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Twitter, just Big O Show. Also, Cash App and Venmo is another way you can also give us some love. You want to make a donation to the show, Cash App and Venmo. Cash Big O Show is the address. Cash Big O Show. You can get in there at 12:30. It'll be the man, the myth, the legend that is Franco Panizo. Good win last night by Inter Miami. So we'll talk a little soccer at the bottom of the hour. And for those of you that are new, I know the Dolphins will dominate this show more often than not, especially during football season. But we are a complete talk show. We will talk Marlins. We will talk Inter. We will talk the Panthers. We will talk plenty of Heat. We will talk plenty of Canes. So we are completely well-rounded when it comes to local sports. Obviously, we'll talk some of the national stories. I'll talk some music because I love music, all that good stuff. Which, by the way, I was looking at that picture in my montage when I'm standing there with Greta Van Fleet. And I was thinking about this. Okay? We've had this kind of conversation before, little music. Like the last rock star left that's developed, okay? The last one is probably Dave Grohl and the Foo Fighters. Okay? Like that's probably like the last mega rock band that can fill stadiums up. I used to say it was Pearl Jam, but you know what? The Foo Fighters, I think, have gotten there to that point now. Okay? Dave Grohl's gotten to that point. I don't think there's been another band that's developed yet, another young band that's at that level. And when I met Greta Van Fleet over at that picture was taken at that was in Jacksonville. That was for Rockville. Because I also saw them at Red Rocks, actually. I saw them 2 nights at Red Rocks 2 Septembers ago, which was just absolutely amazing. Anyway, so one of the guys, if you see there, the bassist is wearing a Bob Marley shirt. And I was thinking about this. You replace pop stars with, mega pop stars replace each other. Rock normally, we haven't had another one since Dave Grohl. We got to kind of get there yet. We haven't gotten to that next great rock band that can fill stadiums and, things like that. I don't know of another one after Foo Fighters yet, but I'm sure eventually it'll get here. One of those bands will get to that point. But R&B, rap, mega stars replace mega stars. Who the hell replaced Bob Marley? How screwed up is that? Because Bob Marley is the only reggae star the only reggae superstar. I'm sorry. Because that's what Dave Grohl is. That's what we're talking about with whatever, Taylor Swift and, Michael Jackson and any of these mega pop stars over the years, right? The mega star in reggae is Bob Marley. He's the one reggae star that transcended generations, that transcended cultures, that transcended people. Didn't matter. White, black, Asian, Hispanic, you name it. We all love Bob Marley. Wow. I was thinking about that.
we never got another person to take over the mantle and become like that woman or that dude. Either or, it doesn't matter. To become a mega star. That's sad. That's sad because we all love Bob. He was the one reggae star that could, Peter Tosh. There was a couple of other ones that were, pretty good, and they reach people, but nobody mainstream like Bob Marley. Kids that are 12 and 15 right now know Bob Marley, sing Bob Marley, love Bob Marley. Who the hell doesn't love Bob Marley, by the way? Really, seriously. If you don't like Bob Marley's music, then you don't like music, period. Right? I mean, it's impossible. So when I was watching that, looking at that shirt, I was thinking about that. I was going, man, nobody replaced him. Nobody took the mantle. Because you can have the Stones, and you can have the Who, and you can have Led Zeppelin, and you can have Deep Purple, and you can have, all kinds of great rock acts that have followed one after another. I could talk about R&B the same way, and dance, and pop, and country, but wow, reggae, that was the dude, and they never replaced him. I just thought about that watching that picture. It went through my mind. Think about that. It's crazy. No, Ziggy, Shaggy, no. And Shaggy is like for a generation. Young people don't know Shaggy, and what is it? It's one song, Boombastic. Come on, man. Shaggy doesn't fall. It doesn't even come close to Bob Marley. It's like an insult to Bob Marley. And Ziggy, you break, dude. And those people don't come. Do you realize what Bob Marley is? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, tons of his songs are legendary. There's nobody else like that at all. And by the way, Ziggy and Shaggy don't come close to Peter Tosh. If you know your reggae, okay, if we're going reggae, I'm going to say Peter Tosh might be number 2, and he's not mainstream enough. He's just not. So, not the same. And I don't even know if I put Shaggy in the reggae category because it's kind of a reggaeton rap type of mix that he has. It's not really reggae. You know what I'm saying? It's not what Bob Marley was. It's not what Peter Tosh was. It's not what the Wailers were. Because the Wailers went on without Bob too. That's real reggae. Shaggy's a little more of it's kind of a mix. It's a little different. Love Shaggy. But please, let's not insult Bob Marley by putting Shaggy or Ziggy anywhere near the incredible Shaggy. Bob Marley is Eric Clapton. Bob Marley is the Stones. Bob Marley is Led Zeppelin. Bob Marley is Michael Jackson. He's those guys. He's Diana Ross. He's Aretha Franklin. He's at that level. Nobody ever in reggae came even close. Nobody. It's not even up for discussion. Sad. Sean Paul, nice, but again, bro, that's not reggae. Sean Paul's not reggae. It's like rap reggae reggaeton. It's like a mix. It's not reggae. I think some of you are really not picking up on what I'm talking about. The Ziggy one, at least it's reggae, but please, we're going to put Ziggy Marley anywhere near Bob. Don't make me laugh. When I get depressed, I pop on some Bob Marley, and an hour later, I feel better. Right? It's impossible to play Bob Marley music and not be in a freaking great mood, right? He had the magic, man. Nobody in reggae has ever had that kind of magic that they can reach anybody and everybody in the world. That's the magic of Bob Marley. Like I told you, he is a superstar of superstars. He's up there with the greatest of all time. Crazy stuff. Shaggy is commercial. Bob Marley is authentic. Mike Wash, I like that line. I like that. And I love Shaggy. Shaggy's fun. I enjoy Shaggy's music. I saw Shaggy with Sting, actually. If you go on my Twitter feed or my inner Instagram feed, I have videos of Shaggy and Sting. I saw him at the Fillmore. They were excellent. It was fun. I love Shaggy. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy Ziggy, but somebody put Shaba Ranks there. Shaba, I like Shaba too, but again, nowhere. Not even close, dude. You know, somebody put I Shot the Sheriff. Bob Marley and Eric Clapton are the same. It's the same. When we talk about the elite of the elite, like when the good Lord says, hey, look, here's my group of musicians that are here with us, right? And he's showing you Jimi Hendrix, and he's showing you Jim Morrison and Janis Joplin and Bob Marley. And, you know, that he's showing you like Freddie Mercury, you know what I mean? Like Bob is those people. Bob is like at another level, man. Another level. It's crazy. No woman, no cry. I like it. What up, Big O? Long time. Remember me? So, Paul? Peter? Oh, Peter. You know, your last name sounds kind of familiar. Remember, I run into a lot of people, so I'm not sure. Patriot USA says Jimmy Buffett. Yeah, but that's not reggae. That's not reggae. He's a monster. I mean, you know, I'm a parrot head myself, but he's not. That's not reggae. Big O, how is Alex Dono? Would you bring him on your show? Yeah, I love Alex Dono. I got no problem with Alex. Alex is actually doing his own show. Alex is a friend of mine, man. It's just, I unfortunately did not get the partners. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to keep Onside going badly. It's my baby. It's something that I wanted to create. I know we could have created our own local digital station to dominate and just wipe the floor with sorry ass 560 and 790. I mean, 640 and 940 are a complete joke. They don't even have employees. People buy time to be on those stations. So they're not even a real sports station. So we could have crushed them all. But if I don't have the right ownership next to me, I'm not doing it. Unfortunately, I went through an incredibly stressful situation at 1210. And then I went through another stressful situation with the whole Onside thing. And unfortunately, I was teamed up with people that they weren't really committed, or in another case, they never even had, you know, what you need in order to get it done. It was just all lies. And so, you know, I got 5 stents in my heart. I don't need that kind of pressure. So, you know, I wish everybody the best, and I wanted to keep this thing going. And I'm more than, you know, I would still think about it at this point, but it would take a really strong partner. If not, I'm just better off doing this, unfortunately, you know, and doing our show. And it's grown immensely, you know. So I miss it. I wish I could have done it, but I am not going to run my head into the wall over and over again. I did it and I tried it. And if you're not teamed up with the right people, you cannot do it. You can't get it done. And right now it's tough to find them. So we're going to build this, and slowly but surely we've been taking steps forward. Next week, we will add a full-time producer to our show, as Sean Stanley will be joining us, and we'll be running the show on a daily basis. So we are looking forward to all of that. Let's see. I agree with you on Marley. I mean, it's really hard to disagree. There are no examples. You know what I mean? It's just weird. Like, you would figure by now reggae would have found another, you know, stud like that can transcend, and they haven't been able to find it. And reggae is one of those kind of, it's a genre of music that is so easy to like, so easy to groove to, and they've never been able to find that. Let's see. Chip Brown says, feeling bad, listen to Three Little Birds, work every time. I don't know what that means, Chip. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. Let's see.
Oh, you talk about Matt Ryan. Somebody's asking me, did Holland pick off Atlanta QB? Forgot his name. I think you're saying Matt Ryan. Kyle Pitts just caught a TD pass from Ryan during red one-on-one work. Jakeem Grant with a touchdown catch in the corner of the end zone from Tua in red zone 11-on-11. That must have killed my man Omar Kelly. It must have hurt Omar Kelly to write that tweet right there that Jakeem caught a touchdown. Christian Blake catches a touchdown on Miami in the back of the end zone in 11-on-11s. Clearly broken coverage is what we're told. That's of course Omar Kelly reporting it. What else do we have here so I can and as you all know now, Preston Williams and Landon Roberts were activated from the PUP list, which is a beautiful thing. Let me see if there's anything else that I can give you guys. Albert Wilson is catching passes from a Dolphins staffer along the sidelines wearing sweatpants. And Joe Shad says, you all should probably pencil Mac Hollins onto the Dolphins. He's had a really good camp as a receiver, and he is strong on special teams. Also, Hunter Long has like 100 catches today. CB Tino Ellis is limping on the sidelines. Alan Poupart says he's by himself, so it doesn't appear to be anything serious. Robert Foster with his second drop of the day. Barry Jackson says Tua has thrown far more TDs than picks in training camp. Some of those TDs have been in the red zone drills, including one to Hollins just now. Some TDs in 11-on-11s and 1-on-1s, some on 7-on-7s. He's had a good camp, unquestionably. Goddamn right. Tua will be fine, bro. Kirk Merritt, by the way, with a TD catch in the corner of the end zone from Brissett. He gets up and does the dirty bird. Whoa! Kirk Merritt did the dirty bird. I love it. Like, he's too young to even know what the dirty bird is. That's a guy that's done his homework, man. A young guy like Kirk Merritt knowing the dirty bird? How long ago was the dirty bird? 15, 20 years ago, right? It was what, 2 or 3 DUIs for Jamal Anderson ago? Because for those of you who know, Jamal Anderson since then has had a couple of DUIs. So I'm just saying. And Poupar says Brissett just threw a beautiful pass in the back of the end zone for Kirk Merritt, who dove to make the catch and then did a little dance to celebrate. Merritt has been having a really, really good camp. So there you go. It's nice to see some of the young guys developing while we just complain and worry about some of the other guys that are injured. It's nice to see some of the other young guys that they've invested in actually coming through and improving. Dennis Akers is asking me, Big O, have you heard of Pepper? Not exactly reggae, but they have a rock reggae sound. The wife and I's favorite band, by the way. I checked out the Interrupters. Good band. Thank you. Thank you. The Interrupters are terrific, man. I love the Interrupters. I'm going to check out Pepper. I'll check it out when I get off. I'll relax and go to YouTube and check out Pepper. Troy Ortiz says, love Kirk Merritt. My buddy is a Steelers fan and said that the Dolphins were stupid. I don't know what you're. Oh, you know a video I sent you of Minka saying that Chris Greer got fleeced? I don't care about that. That's just silliness. I don't really care about that. If Javon Holland's kicking ass, how are you getting fleeced? Right? I don't know. So if Javon Holland ends up becoming a player, so you replace the guy. Big deal. You move on. You know, I listen, Alex, I'm not here to live in the past, bro. I'm not here to worry about Dolphin losses in the past and former coaches or Minka bitch or anything else. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about any of that stuff. That doesn't affect anything that's going on with the Dolphins right now and where they're headed. All I know is that they traded Minka and they traded Tunsil and they went on to win 10 games.
They almost made the playoffs without those guys. And so if Austin Jackson turns into a starting left tackle, you replace Tunsil without having to pay him. And then if Javon Holland is a player, then you replace Minka too. Who cares? Minka can go have fun, enjoy Pittsburgh, freeze your ass off. Go ahead, bro. I don't care. Better days ahead for the Dolphins. And they've moved on without those guys. That's what I love about it. How some of you fans out there, you think they were going to win more than 10 games anyways with those guys? Not really. They would have won the same 10 games. It's not a big deal. It's not the end of the world. As long as the other guys pan out, why am I going to live in the past and worry about any of that stuff? Good for them, bro. They got Minka. He's a player. They'll enjoy it. That's fine. If the Dolphins have the GM that picked Minka and then picked Javon Holland, who's more valuable? Minka, Javon Holland, or Chris Grier? Right? So if Chris Grier picked Flo and he's a good coach, and if he picked Tua and he's a good quarterback, who's more important? You see what I'm saying? I'm not that guy, man. I'm not going to live in the past. I keep telling you guys this. You got to let that shit go, man. Stay in the moment. Okay? Stay in the moment. Live where Tua is right now. Where Kirk Merritt's catching a touchdown. Where Salvon Ahmed is playing well. Stay here with us. Don't worry about what Minka's doing. Or if Tunsil's smoking a bong. Who gives a shit, dude? It doesn't help you here. It has nothing to do with what's going on here whatsoever. So if you're, doing that, that's fine. But I'm just telling you, let it go, bro. Let it go. Big O, it's amazing how 560, 640, 790, and 940 are not the same sports talk stations. It's sad. No, it's the business. The business is done. FM is done, has been done for a while now. They are syndicating everything. They've got hosts that just record stuff, and they play the same 35 songs all day long. And that's why people don't listen to radio anymore that much. They're listening to iTunes and Spotify and Stitcher and Pandora and whatever else you tune into. When I listen to music, I listen to my iTunes, man. Even iTunes has some stations. I could just put those stations on. I want to hear 2000s rock, 2000s rap, or 90s or 80s or 70s. That's what I do. Or if not, I'll listen to whatever I want on my iTunes, period. And that's it. And then talk, which is what you're talking about now. They don't pay. That's why you see people getting fired or leaving. One of the two. And they have less and less hosts every day, and they syndicate more crap. More crap. That's what's going on. That's what you're getting. Those days, that's what I was trying to create at Onside. I was trying to create a station that we were on from 6 in the freaking morning all the way to midnight. And it would dominate. It would be awesome here in South Florida. I mean, think about this. Look at the way our downloads have gone, right? The Onside stuff wasn't even given a chance to grow. All these downloads that we're having now, they would have gone over to Onside. You realize we've had over 500,000 downloads in the last 30 days on this show. Let me be exact. 554,000 downloads we've had in the last 30 days. I would have been able to do it for Onside, and others would have been able to, pile on. But that's fine. We'll do it on our own, and we'll carry it. And by the way, thank you very much, because yesterday, for the first time, we went over 30,000 downloads in consecutive days, which that's just absolutely amazing. We've had over 90,000 downloads in the last 3 days. That's you guys out there. Thank you very much. Okay. All the downloads have just been going up completely. But again, you got to have patience. You got to give things time to develop. And if you don't give things time to develop, it's a new world now. People aren't going to their radios and their televisions anymore. They go to Prime and they go to YouTube and they go to Amazon, and that's how they watch their TV. And I already told you how you listen to your radio now. And your talk is coming from podcasts now. You're getting in the car and you're listening to Joe Rogan and you're listening to, whatever podcast you like or whatever, or maybe even ours. We had like over 15,000 downloads yesterday in drive time. Half our downloads were during drive time. And drive time for us goes to like 8 o'clock at night or something because of the West Coast. It's crazy. It's been out of this world right now. Why? Because this is the world people are living in now, the digital world. They're not standing by their TVs and their radios and waiting through long ass commercial breaks and things like that. Those days are done, man. They're done. You guys don't have time for that shit. I get it. I completely get it. Totally understand. Let's see. The future is podcast, digital media, YouTube, streaming, etc. I agree. Rico's Couch says, can we just have the Dolphins' real uniforms back forever? It's coming, man. It's coming. It's coming. Relax. I know you guys ask about it all the time, but I think it's coming. I do. Let me live in peace says Tua has a higher ceiling than Josh Allen and will be the best QB in the division. Dude, I'm 1,000% with you. I am totally with you on that. That's why I laugh at the people that quit on Tua last year, the people that are dissing Tua all the time. Last year, all the silliness of talking about that. Oh, he has a weak arm. Oh, that he's, too small and this and that. And it's like, what NFL have you been in? Every quarterback that's been successful is 6'5" and got a gun. You obviously don't follow the game. Right? So to me, I was convinced that I only worry about injuries. That's the only history I worry about with him. I don't worry about his intelligence, his dedication. I don't worry about his accuracy. I don't worry about ball placement. I don't worry about anticipation. I don't worry about any of that. So I'm with you. He's going to be the best quarterback in this division. No doubt. A little FYI about reggae. Most rock and roll has the beat on 2 and 4. Reggae mostly uses 1 drop with the beat only on 3. It's why it feels different. A single beat on 3 equals 1 drop. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sorry. Dougie Fresh, you threw me like a curve. Like, huh? What? Huh? What? I'm the RCA dog right now. Big O, did you ever hear of Gene Simmons, the Vault? I actually had Gene Simmons on, and he gave away a vault on the air. And then I lost him in the middle of the call, by the way. But yes, I do know about the vault. I wish I gotten one, but it was too expensive. The Dolphins better get the offensive line in check or the season is going to be over before it gets started. Yeah. Big O, what's up with Bill? How he's doing? He's doing great, man. He does a lot of the video stuff, but he's got actually a little side business that he's doing. So he is entrepreneuring in other areas too. So I'm happy for him. I'm really happy for him. Yeah, R-Rod says Drew Brees did just fine. I agree. Mike Dominguez, Big O, after what we've seen from the rookies in camp, who do you think has more interceptions this season, X or Holland? Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to go with X still. I'm going to go with X. But Holland, I think, will have a few. Dougie Fresh says, I will stop doing bath salts at the Pensacola Fairgrounds. Sorry. Peter says, what time is Music Meltdown? Peter, there's no Music Meltdown on this show. We can't do Music Meltdown. We're on YouTube. They freak out on any music that you play. So the only song you'll hear is my theme songs. That's it. You won't hear any music here. We can't play it, man. They immediately put a kibosh on your video. So I can't do it. Unfortunately, I can't do it. What else did we talk about? I wanted to get into. Oh, on the wide receiver side, and I know we're waiting. Actually, Panizo should be calling. I don't know if I should get into this because we're actually late. And hopefully we will get Panizo on in a second because I don't know if I should get into this and then he calls. You know what I'm saying? I mean, then he checks in. So I'm hoping we get Panizo quickly here and rock and roll. Let's see. Abel's telling me 11-6 at best for the Dolphins. 11-6 is good. I think 11-6 you make it to the Super Bowl. I mean to the playoffs. So I'm with you. That makes a lot of sense. Paul Curry says, "Love you, Big O. Keep your vibration up. Bright future for Fins." That's Paul in Connecticut. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you, my man. Big O, are you going to do any games this season? No, I'm not going to any games because we're going to be at Sports Grill doing our pre- and post-game show. So, Marco, I expect for you and all the Dolphin Nation to listen to our pre- and post-game show. We will have all kinds of contributors on the show. Okay, Omar Kelly will be contributing on the show. Alan Poupar will be contributing on the show. And somebody else that I can't mention till next week. Okay, we'll be contributing on the show. So we will have the most informative pre- and post-game show with no politics whatsoever involved. And we'll do it 2 hours before game time and 2 hours after the game. We will take your comments on the YouTube chat board, on the emails, all that stuff like we normally do every single day. I will find out this coming week what first half of the season, if we're going to be at Bird and 114th, or at the Miami Lakes location, right off of 154th in the Palmetto. It's on the west side of that exit. There's a shopping center there where the Publix and the Outback is at. Sports Grill is in there. So we will be at one of those Sports Grill for half a season and the other one. We won't be alternating week to week. We'll be straight 8 weeks in one, 8 weeks in the other. Okay? Well, no, 8 weeks in one, 9 in the other. I'm sorry, because there's 17 games. So I got to negotiate. I got to make sure we do 9 in Bird and 114th and 8 in Miami Lakes. Nothing against the folks in Miami Lakes. It's just I live closer to the Bird Road one. So, I got to. And the Jags game, just to give you guys a heads up, I want you to plan ahead of time for the Jags game. We're going to do breakfast at Sports Grill. How about that? So we'll have the game on. We'll do our pregame early in the morning, 7:30 to 9:30, leading up to the kickoff. And then we're off and running. Maybe I should go to 7. Maybe I should go to the 5th. Maybe I should do it to 15 before the kickoff. Because really, you guys aren't going to be listening the 15 minutes prior to the kickoff. You know what I mean? So we probably end a little earlier, Makes sense. All right, let's rock and roll. Let's talk a little Inter Miami. Big win yesterday. And the man that was there is Franco Panizo, ready to rock and roll with us. Franco, how you doing, my brother?
How are you, brother? Sorry for the delay. There's new Wi-Fi being installed in this house. There's a big hole in the front yard because I had to put in some new wires and whatnot. So I was having difficulties getting onto the new network. But here we are.
All right, I like it. You got the outside look now. You got the you're in the back porch or something, right? Is that what it looks like?
Yeah, too much noise on the inside. The family's buzzing over last night's win still, so I had to come outside.
Yeah, it was a nice win yesterday. Franco, of course, you can follow him on Twitter at Franco Panizo. Check out Miami Total Football, terrific podcast covering Inter Miami last night, 3-2. Another terrific win for them overall, points in 4 out of their last 5 games. The funny part is, I still don't think they're a good team, but I respect their grit, dude. And that's what I love, that I got to give Neville credit. He has found a way for his team to play and stay in a game week in and week out, even against good teams. Because, you know, a lot of this stretch was against some of the good teams. Last night and Saturday, you've got an opportunity to get some points against some bad teams. So it's a great opportunity for them. But would you call them gritty, or would you call them an adjective that's much more complimentary?
Gritty's not a bad description of Inter Miami right now. I mean, they have been playing some better soccer in terms of with the ball at their feet and trying to make attacking sequences and knit together attacking sequences, but they're not this powerhouse, right? They're not a team that overwhelms you with the ball. So I think they're a team that competes hard, that is gritty, that fights, that has improved very very notably in that regard, because they were struggling for much of the season, just being able to even compete. So they've gotten better in that regard, and now that's allowed them to stay in games and give themselves chances in games, and they're now starting to find ways to win games. They've pulled a couple of rabbits out of the hat late in the last 2 home games. They've had the ball bounce their way, or maybe as in the beginning of the season, it wasn't bouncing their way at all. So it's a combination of things. But yes, Phil Neville has gotten the team to buy in, by and large, a little bit more now than they had during the first couple of months or the first few months of the season. Things are trending in a more upward direction now, but there's still a lot of work to be done during this second half of the season to make the playoffs.
Another thing that's been key, there is some really nice passes, man. I mean, they something that probably lacked a lot earlier this year and all of last year. During this streak here, we've seen them set each other up nicely for some of these goals and some of these opportunities, even if they didn't end up in a goal.
Yeah, there's more soccer to this team now. There's more connecting of passes, of creating attacking sequences, of finding one another and having a better understanding between players. Again, I think Phil Neville's tactics have helped because he's solidified the defensive side of things by putting more numbers back there. He's gone to I know some people like to call it a 3-man backline because there's 3 center backs, but it's really a 5-man backline when you look at it, because the wing backs, even though they get into the attack, their main positions on the defensive side is to drop deep. And maybe yesterday you could say, all right, Lewis Morgan's more of an attack-minded player, but it's been Kelvin Leerdam and Kieran Gibbs by and large, or Nicolas Figal. It's usually 2 defensive-minded players. So it's a 5-man backline. That helps limit the spaces in behind, limits the opportunities your opponent has. If they're not getting on the scoreboard, that keeps you in the game, and that's allowed Inter Miami to compete better. Because, look, I think yesterday maybe was the first game that we saw moments where they actually had numerical advantages in the attack, where they actually had more numbers than the defense has. That's a key component in soccer and football, having numerical advantages or creating numerical advantages for yourself. And Inter Miami, by and large, hasn't done that, hasn't had that, because they don't throw that many numbers forward. In this one, especially on that game-winning play that Rodolfo Pizarro scores, it's a byproduct of a lot of things, but including the fact that Inter Miami has a lot of numbers forward because they were looking to win the game and they were pushing numbers forward. So when you have that many numbers forward and you're not that easy to mark, you know, there's only so many defenders. When you have that numerical advantage, it's obviously a big plus for you in football. So that's something Inter Miami is improving on, but the emphasis still is on defense first, by and large. So we'll see how it goes, because as the season progresses, Inter Miami is probably going to have to start taking more chances because they have points to make up and they need goals to make up those points.
Yeah, big time. I thought he should have started in the last game, but I was glad that they started Vasilev in this game, because exactly to piggyback what you're talking about, he's one of those guys that can create those mismatches for you because he brings a little bit more speed. Something actually I think you and I have talked about earlier in the season, that there wasn't enough speed on this team. And I thought Vasilev has actually helped them in that area and helped them, like you say, now try to create some advantages in the attack.
And I asked Phil Neville after the game about the attack, because this is the first time this season Inter Miami has scored 3 goals in a game. Second time in franchise history that's happened. That's the most that they've ever scored in a single game. The other time was last year at the
Orlando.
The home door played behind closed doors at Drive Pink Stadium. The first game at Drive Pink Stadium for Inter Miami, the 3-2 victory against Orlando City. So they matched their output in terms of goals that they've ever scored and most this season. And Phil Neville said that, he put in the front line that he thinks has the most goals. Gonzalo Higuain's the leading goal scorer. Robbie Robinson's a goal scoring threat. And Indiana Vassilev had recently scored. And it's probably, it's still early to say, but early signs might be that he's more of a goal scoring threat than Lewis Morgan. Now, that doesn't mean he's a better player than Lewis Morgan. That just means he's more of a goal scoring threat than Lewis Morgan. Whereas Lewis Morgan is more of an assist man. He can set you up. Does Lewis Morgan score goals on occasion too? Sure, he does, but might be more of a setup man, an assist man than he is a goal scorer. So Vassilev has brought that on with the team. He's also brought in some fresh legs and some speed, which is notable, as you mentioned, as we've talked about before, because MLS is a league that stresses more often than not the physical aspects. Most of the league is based on physical before technical. There are technical players, there are teams with technical skills, but the physical aspect is probably the biggest aspect of this league. It's what foreign players talk about when they come here. By and large, it's not a league that necessarily is based on technical soccer. It's more about physical soccer, your speed, your strength, your pace, your power. That's by and large the qualities that would describe soccer, football in MLS by and large. So he brings that on board. Inter Miami has not had enough of that. Has not had enough athleticism. Has not had enough speed. And I think that's been one of the issues that they've had by and large. And I think you can see it when Robbie Robinson is out there.
Right, and now he's healthy and playing. So yeah, now you've added when he's not, you're adding a lot now for their team at least.
Yeah. And when he's not been around, it's just to further drive home the point. When he's not been around, they struggle in the attack a lot more. And it's not because Robbie Robinson is this incredible player with the ball. It's just that his speed and the aggressiveness he has with the ball just gives Inter Miami, in a league where physical qualities are higher, rated higher, it gives them something really miss without him. Because Gonzalo Higuain's not a speedster, Blaise Matuidi, Gregory are not fast, or
those guys aren't
super fast. Yeah, well, exactly. I'm just just speed in general is not something Miami has in abundance. So
I'm with you. Higuain, dude, going back to last year to this year, considering all the chances he's had, he has not fit. I mean, he's been a better midfielder than he's been a forward right now. It's crazy. Is it just bad luck or something? What's going on with him? Because, man, there's several goals in the first two seasons so far that we can look at and say, dude, you should have, finished it. And he has not. What they brought him here to do, he hasn't been able to do. Why?
I mean, he still has 8 goals this season. He's still the leading goal scorer on the team by a pretty wide margin. I think the second place is Robbie Robinson with 3 after last night's goal. So,
but my brother, that's like having a scorer in an NBA expansion team, and the guy averages 20 points. And yeah, he averaged 20 points, but he's really not a 20-point scorer. It's because the team sucks.
That's not the same.
Somebody needs to score. So, with Higuain having those goals, after all those chances, he's the only goal scorer, like world-class goal scorer.
I'm gonna have to put you out there, because I remember at the first game of the season at Drive Pink Stadium, we had a little chat at halftime, and you were giving me stick for saying
25 goals or something.
Absolutely, that is the mark of a great goal scorer in MLS. 15. Right, but you said 15. He's halfway there. He's halfway to 15.
Okay,
he's halfway. 15. Yeah. And we're at the halfway point of the season, so he might hit your mark. Which 15 goals in a 34-game season, it's average. It's average. It's less than a goal every other game. Which, if you're an $8 or $6 million man like he is, reportedly, then you need to be scoring more than that. Now,
okay, so why isn't he meeting your standard?
Well, because the team's just not very good, and the team just doesn't generate a whole lot. Now, in this one last night, the team did create more chances. He did have several looks. He missed a few that he probably should put on frame, that you would expect someone of his caliber to put on frame. But look, soccer, football is like that. Not every game you're going to be finito, as they say, or you're not going to be at your level. So I think with the ball at his feet, he's been better this season more often than not. Even yesterday, look, he doesn't score, doesn't find the back of the net, but still he has a hand in all 3 goals. I honestly think he's up there for man of the match. I think he's up there for man of the match. I think if I had to give somebody, if there was a vote, like a personal vote, I think I might give him man of the match just because he has a hand in all 3 goals.
Yeah, I know.
He placed the first one to Robbie Robinson on the shot that gets saved, and then the rebound by Vasilev. He directly sets up Robbie Robinson on the second one with a good, nice cut.
And by the way, that was a sweet little boot by Robbie to score that one. That was nice.
And then Gonzalo Higuain helps set up the third one. He dribbles by 2 defenders from a deeper area, finds Victor Ulloa with a good weighted pass, and Victor Ulloa obviously feeds Pizarro for the win. So Higuain had a hand in all 3 goals. Yes, he was not clinical in front of goal yesterday. He missed, again, a couple of looks that he at least should put on frame. You saw on the broadcast, actually, something that's notable. Beckham's reaction to a couple of Higuain's misses. They focused on Beckham's reaction. And I don't know, kind of eye-opening there to see how David Beckham reacted to some of those misses. I'm not gonna say anything more than that, but you look at the images yourself and you come up with your conclusion.
Oh, he threw an F-bomb. He threw an F-bomb on that last one. He screamed like F as he was turning around because obviously he's so aware the cameras are going to be on him. So he was turning around, but the camera still caught him, throwing the F-bomb, which I'm sure
that was the second time in this game.
Which I'm sure somebody from the organization is going to go tell the camera guy, don't ever do that again. Don't.
It's funny. It's funny that you say that because clearly in this game there was some instruction of some sort to focus on David Beckham's reactions in this one, but when you see him kind of losing his cool, and that's not necessarily in the David Beckham brand.
Oh no!
I like you, and listen, look, we've worked on the inside for quite a while, so we know how it works. I would also not be surprised. Definitely a thought that came to my head. It was like, yeah, we might not be seeing that many cutscenes of David Beckham's reactions after this one, because that's not part of the Beckham brand to see him losing his cool. Especially, again, for me, there's a couple plays that they show his reaction to Gonzalo Higuain's misses, and he didn't look happy. And obviously, you're not going to be happy after a miss, but look at Phil. They actually show on the second one, the play you're talking about. They show Phil Neville's reaction first, and the coaching staff's reaction, and they're kind of like, oh, I can disbelieve,
right,
frustrated, but oh man. But David Beckham was angry, angry. It's just like his body and everything. He was you could see that. He didn't look at Gonzalo Higuain when he came out of the game and went to the bench. You see David Beckham standing in the background, never looks like Gonzalo Higuain. But
and trust me, they're ultra sensitive over there, like ultra sensitive.
Hey man, look, but maybe David Beckham was just focused on the game. He just didn't notice Gonzalo Higuain walking off. But
they're like the University of Miami. They are like very ultra sensitive when it comes to all that stuff. So I would not be surprised if they're like, don't film David Beckham and all that stuff.
I'm glad somebody else sees it though. I'm glad somebody else sees it and brings it up because if it's me, then it's like, oh, it's just Franco trying to ruffle feathers or something. But I'm glad somebody else sees it and brings it up in conversation here.
I don't work for them anymore, bro. So I don't have to play the politics. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm back to who I am, who I've been for 31 years. I'm going to call it like I see it, whether you like it or not. That's just the way it is. But I know what's going to happen behind the scenes. They're going to tell those camera people, don't ever do that again. Don't catch it.
CBS 4 is having a meeting as we speak. I'm just kidding.
For sure. They already have it. The PR person is calling their asses because they're super uptight over there, bro. Super. One time Dono was wearing an Inter Milan mask because he's an Inter Milan fan.
Sure.
We had a mask up in the studio, and they called him like, "Hey, you shouldn't be wearing the Inter Milan mask." And it's like, what are you talking about, man? Get out of here, And obviously, I didn't take that bullshit, but it's like crazy. It's just they're ultra sensitive over there. So I when I saw that, I go, "Oh, there's a conversation coming tomorrow." But he was there. There's no doubt he was pissed. For Robbie, by the way, the goal, I think we're starting to see the kid start coming into his own now. I think the confidence is coming back. I think he now feels like he's overcome the injuries of the last season and a half that the poor kid, unfortunately, has dealt with all kinds of crap.
but it kind of looks to me like Robbie is now settling in now. Do you see the same thing?
I see a more confident player and a player
Yeah.
that's being better used in the position that he's in. Because again, I know he's played striker by and large, and maybe that's where he feels most comfortable. But I think based on what his attributes are in MLS, I think outside suits what he can give you. And I think we're seeing that by and large. Even the goal yesterday, it comes from a central position in the penalty area, but the run starts from him coming from the outside, from the right side, makes a diagonal run inward, and then obviously gets on the end of the great cutback pass from Gonzalo Higuain. So I think tactically Inter Miami's using him better. I think he's adapted and adjusted well to the new position. Also allows him to take shots and be involved in the attack. And I'm sure Phil Neville's instructions are, go at the defenders, take your shots, be aggressive. So I think it's a combination of factors. Phil Neville and coaching staffs work with him. I think his development as a young player, and he also looks better in this position. So I think there's more to come from him. Still think he needs to use or develop a left foot, and that could be critical. And people can take that how they want, but there's going to be moments and games throughout his career where he's going to have to use his left foot, and if he doesn't, it's going to cost him and whatever team he's on goals or points or moments. Look, the goal he scored yesterday was a good goal, but that play, like in Spanish, they say lo que te pide la jugada, which is like what the play is asking for. Based on the positioning and his body posture and everything, that's for a left-footed shot. Now, he took it with the outside part of his right foot. It went in, so it doesn't matter. It's a goal. But in other occasions, if you try to shoot that with your right foot, you might put that off frame. It's not the by the book way to shoot the ball on that type of play. You're supposed to open your hips, hit the far post. He scored, so I won't take anything away from him, but he needs to develop a left foot, because we've seen on other occasions where his over-reliance on his right takes him away from goal, or it costs him moves to continue to progress up the field or get by a defender. Quickly, if just to touch on a different player, Tati Castellanos, New York City FC over the weekend, the one play where he intercepts the pass from Nicolas Figal and then races forward on a clean breakaway by himself. If he shoots the ball with the left foot, because that play asked for a left-footed finish, he scores. But because he decided to go outside part of the right foot, he pushed it too far of the post. And it's moments like that will happen for Robbie Robinson, over the course of his career, if he doesn't develop a left foot at least somewhat. Doesn't have to be an expert with his left foot, but needs to be able to use it in moments on occasion. I think we did see him use it in the Orlando City game. So to be fair to him, he did use it in the Orlando City game when he actually took the defender on the dribble, went to his left, and then clipped the goalkeeper. The ball was going towards goal, but it was cleared off the line by forget which Orlando City defender it was, but it was cleared off the line. So if he can keep developing his left foot, it just makes him a much more dangerous weapon for Inter Miami to having a much better player for his career and his prospects going forward.
Follow him on Twitter at Franco Panizo and catch the podcast at Miami Total Football. One last thing here before I let you go. And let me apologize ahead of time. This is the cynical one in me, because I've been at this for 31 years. People have lied to me. They've misled me. So this is.
Hey, I'm cynical too, brother. I'm cynical too, man. I say it on Miami Total Football. I say it on Miami Total Football on a semi-weekly basis or a regular basis. I say it all the time. I tell Steve Brenner, who does the podcast with me, I'm like, I know I'm more cynical than you are, Steve, but this is just how I see things and how I view things.
It's the way the business has turned us, because unfortunately, well, okay, so we have Inter fans that are like, oh, Pizarro scored. All right, great. He's turned the corner. Cynical one in me says, okay, great. See if he can score a couple more or assist. And you can showcase his ass so you can get him the hell out of here. Because that's what I was thinking when he scored. I'm thinking, okay, maybe he can do a little some so he can get somebody to bite, because I'm not buying it. I guess he scored. I get it. It was set up perfectly for him. A professional player at his level should be able to finish that play more often than not. So he finished it. God bless him. Good luck for him. Great. He helped the team win. But it's more about showcasing his ass and getting him out of here by the end of the year, correct?
Well, I mean, Yes, but Inter Miami also, if they want to push to the playoffs, if they want to try to make this run here during these final 16 games now of the season, they need him to also chip in with some goals and assists. This was his first goal of the season, in addition to the 2 assists he's delivered in 2021. So Inter Miami needs him to find ways to make an impact like he did last night. He was the man of the match. Talked after the game about the issues he has dealt with. He said he lost confidence. He didn't feel important. Things you can attribute to how his 2021 has developed, how, you could say how Phil Neville's maybe managed him as well, not giving him the confidence and sticking with him in moments, even when he struggled, which, again, is if that's what Phil Neville thought is best for the team, then that's understandable, but it also impacts how Pizarro felt. So a step in the right direction for Pizarro last night, but I agree with you that even last night I don't think it was his best performance that we've seen from him. Even though he's the man of the match, he donned the hero's cape. My brother and my family, who are season ticket holders, my brother's a big Pizarro guy. Was calling him the MVP for the game last night, and I was like, I don't know if I could give him that MVP. Here's just a quick stat. Funny that you asked me about him. He scores the game winner. That's what people will talk about. But he came off the bench in the 62nd minute, and he had 16 passes. He connected on 56.3% of them. So he not like he connected a whole lot of passes out there. He brought some energy, sure. And he did some good things with the ball, and he did some good things off the ball in terms of running around and putting some pressure on Chicago Fire players. But it wasn't this incredible masterclass of soccer. It's a step in the right direction for a player that's been low on confidence, that needs a boost, and he got a boost last night. So step in the right direction for him. Inter Miami needs more of that from him. I imagine still that with him this winter, they probably will. It just doesn't seem like it's a match made in heaven. So, and that is important though. Just quickly to touch on that a little bit more, to dissect it a little more. It is important for players to feel important. Especially players that are of that caliber. Keep
your minds in the game, man. Of course, for sure.
And he touched on it. I just wrote a piece on it, and he touched on it quite a bit last night in Spanish, of course. But I just wrote something in English for people that don't speak Spanish who might want to check it out. And he talks about that. He talks about needing to feel important to feel good, and that's what helps drive him as a player. So, things haven't really gone well for him this season by and large. Now, Phil Neville's not the guy that brought him in. Last year, the first half of the season, Pizarro was the guy. He was the man. He was the DP. He was the face. Diego Alonso brought him in. Diego Alonso had history working with him in 2 previous clubs. So he felt that importance. He felt that responsibility. And he's a player that apparently likes that role, likes feeling like that. So with Phil Neville maybe, and with Gonzalo Higuain there, maybe he felt like he wasn't as important, and that impacted his standing along with other things. But again, step in the right direction for the team.
Good stuff. Let's hope they can pick up a few more points against Toronto. Very winnable game on Saturday for Inter Miami. So let's hope they can get it done. Follow my man Franco on Twitter at Franco Panizo. More importantly, subscribe to the podcast. Smash that like button while you're at it. Miami Total Football. He does excellent work covering that team on a daily basis. You want to know about Inter Miami? Follow him there and listen to the podcast. Franco, as always, you're a stud, my brother. Thank you for taking some time, man. I appreciate you.
Thank you for having me on, as always, Big O. And I appreciate the honest and candid talks that are not common in the sport.
Well, it's the only way I know how to do it, my brother. Appreciate you. He froze completely right at the end there. See it? But we appreciate it. Thank you, my brother. He froze there, but I kind of know where he was going. But yeah, it's one of those things. So for sure they're gonna have a conversation with Channel 4. I can guarantee you, man. When they caught Beckham throwing that F-bomb and turning around, oh man, they don't want any part of that on TV. That's for damn sure. Great stuff by Franco. Make sure you follow him on Twitter at Franco Panizo and catch the podcast. He does excellent work, man. Miami Total Football, MIA Total Football, by the way, if you want to do it. What's this whole Tebow thing? What are you people going back and forth on Tebow? I'm doing the interview and I'm seeing all this stuff about Tebow. Leave Tebow alone, all right, bro? That's God's son, bro. You be careful there. Be careful there. This is the guy that can get you out of a seizure. Be careful with Tim Tebow. All right? Just saying. And if you don't believe me, put Tebow kid seizure baseball. There. Tebow kid baseball seizure. Those 4 words, and you're going to see Tim Tebow. There's a kid at a minor league baseball game. He's having a seizure, and Tebow goes over and touches him, and the seizure's over. I'm just saying. It's amazing, bro. Talking about the guy that builds hospitals in the Philippines, circumcises kids. All right, so he's not a tight end, and he's not an NFL quarterback. I get it, but he's such a good dude. It's hard to, I know he's a Gator, and I'm a Canes fan, and those of us that are Canes fans, but he's a good human being, man. He's way better than I'll ever be. I wish I was half the human being that Tim Tebow was, because that's impressive. Let's see. What else do we have here? Is Tebow a non-vaxxer? I don't know. There's plenty of non-vaxxers. If he is, then, whatever, then he's, part of the issue and the problem we have in this country right now. Yes, I said that. Yes. Non-vaccinated people. Yes. You're setting us back from actually getting our lives back. I would close down the borders. I wouldn't allow anybody in. I wouldn't allow anybody to travel. And I'd tell everybody we got to vax so we can get our whole country vaxxed and ready to go, because the rest of the world isn't. Now they're pissed that America may allow their, well, Biden already talked about it, but the FDA needs to approve for the booster shot, right? And so after 8 months of taking your shots, you then need a booster shot to kind of fight this stupid variant, because the Delta apparently is strong as hell. And now now people around the world are mad at America because the world doesn't have the vaccine yet completely. And so they don't want America to buy more vaccines to give boosters. And it's like, well, what are we supposed to do? Allow the variant to live and kill Americans? Or do you protect the people in your own country? I don't have a problem with that. What I may not be a Trump guy. No, let me just rephrase that. I'm not a Trump guy, but there are things that I agree with Trump on. And one of the things about America first, bro, I'm with him 100% on that. That's why he was pulling the people out already. He started the whole thing from Afghanistan. And I'm glad Biden did too. I would hate to be the parent that has a son or a daughter that is fighting somebody else's war, and a civil war that'll never end. Because the second you pull out, that's what was going to happen anyway. So forgive me, but I'm America first. So if we could get the booster shots, hey man, I'm sorry. We get the booster shots. If we can pull our troops out and not lose people for somebody else's war, then hey man, fine. You know how many American parents have lost their kids over there? For what? For what? And there was no way of pulling out of that place in a way that it was ever they weren't going to take over. Clearly, they were going to take over. A slow pull out, a fast pull out, it didn't matter. This started with one regime and it ended with another, and they still took over. So whatever, man. America first. I am for America first. I have no problem with that. No, nobody takes care of us. It's like we're always taking care of everybody else. Nobody's going to take care of us. If we're in a shithole, nobody's going to take care of us. I wish we would follow the New Zealand model on the COVID. The Prime Minister of New Zealand closes the whole country when case spikes up, and they have the lowest in the whole world on cases. Exactly. Now, Ray, they're an island. So it's a lot easier to close down an island when you're a continent connected to other countries. It becomes a pain in the ass. But the concept of New Zealand, I love. I'm with you there. Close down the borders. Don't let anybody in. Don't allow Americans to travel. Nothing. And let's end this thing inside our borders. I'm with you there on that one. It's crazy.
Don Parlamento says for nothing. You mean the war? Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't benefit our it doesn't look, man, if any Middle Eastern country that wants to, whatever, side with terrorists or whatever, all you got to do now is you got your warnings. Don't mess with us. You mess with us, we'll make your country glass. That's it. That's all. Just don't take any bullshit. But to live there, to risk our troops constantly there and kill innocent Americans that are fighting somebody else's war, get the hell out of here, dude. We got lots of wars going on. We got a war against a damn virus now. We're losing enough Americans as it is. We lost 1,000. We're losing 1,000 now a day again. It's ridiculous. Big O Biden did the right thing. I mean, once in a while he'll get something right, Biden, and that's one of the few things he'll get right. He's going to do a ton of terrible things, like print money like Monopoly and kill the dollar and tax the shit out of us. But the Afghan thing, he did the right thing. It's Trump and Biden, because Trump started it and Biden finished it. So we have to give credit to both, because Trump had the right idea. Okay. I'm not a Trump guy, but there are certain things that I did agree with him on that. And America first, you damn right. I agree with that. Okay. I am all about America first. That I have to give him props on. What else do we have here? I'm vaccinated too, but you just opened up the vax wormhole again to be talked about the rest of the time. Not really, Thomas, because I drive the show. So in the end, I can just turn it and go in another direction. You know what I mean? Tebow doesn't need a vax. If he spits on you, you are better than vaxxed. I agree, Henry. I agree with that. I agree. If Tebow spits on you, you won't even catch a cold. I'm telling you. There's no doubt about that. I'm with you 100%. So there you go. Jose Cabrera. Big O, you talking foolishness. Well, at least I'm consistent, right? It's what we've been doing for 3 hours, talking foolishness. Foolishness is fun. Give yourself an opportunity to talk some foolishness. It's awesome. You can go in every direction, make no sense, make some people laugh, piss some people off, stir some kind of an emotion. It's a beautiful thing. All right, so what else do we have? Marlins lost yesterday. They got swept by the Braves. They start a set against the Reds tonight. We got the Patriots and the Eagles tonight at Lincoln Field at 7:30. And no, I'm not worried about the damn Patriots. Some of you out there, I'm telling you, don't worry about the Patriots. Dolphins are going to take care of the Patriots this year. Did you see Terrell Owens wants to make a comeback at 47 years old? I was thinking about it. If he wants to make a comeback in basketball, the Heat could give him a shot, because, he's only 47. That's like the average age of the Miami Heat team right now. I believe Miami right now, the Heat is 47 and the Lakers are 49. So Owens is not quite old enough for the Lakers, but he's right there for the Heat. I'm thinking about that. Or there's a lot of injuries for the Miami Dolphins. So you bring a 47-year-old Terrell Owens on? I'm joking, folks. Relax. Take it easy. Take it easy. Because then we got Jose Cabrera going, you're talking foolishness again. And this wasn't foolishness. This was just crap. The man. Now, I will say this about Terrell Owens, okay? I would not be surprised if he can run still a 4.4 at 47 years old, or a 4.5, let's say, with Terrell Owens. That guy is always in phenomenal shape. Always. Listen, I'm not a Terrell Owens fan. All right. To me, I wouldn't want the guy on my team when he was at his peak. I didn't want Terrell Owens on the team because he was all about himself. But I will say this. I would not be surprised if at 47 years old, he actually can run a couple routes in the NFL. That's how crazy it is with that guy. He is a freak. Athletically, the guy's a freak. And if anybody has seen him over the last couple of years, he hasn't changed one bit. His body is still, chiseled and cut up and all that. It's weird about Terrell Owens because while Terrell Owens is maybe immature, selfish, those kind of things, he was really never like a criminal or anything like that. He never really was getting in trouble off the field or anything. He's overall pretty smart, has carried himself the right way. He's mishandled other things in his life as a player. His relationships, let's say, he wasn't good at that at times, wasn't good as a communicator and things like that. But you think about it, he never really was an issue in the other sense of problems off the field and those kind of things. And it's weird because we kind of, or not we, but some people end up lumping him with some of those problematic dudes. And that really wasn't his issue. It was more about selfish and self-centered and, just worried about his stats and all those kind of things. And he wasn't necessarily all about the team. Although in the Super Bowl, a lot of people say, well, but he came back from that ankle injury. Yeah, he came back, but is it more about the team or was it more about, hey, look at me, look at me, how fantastic I am. I can come back from an injury and shine, which he did. Was it like 10 catches, 150 yards? He balled out. But I would not be surprised if that's a guy that could still run a couple routes in the NFL with the way he actually took care of himself. Not that I would sign him or anything like that, but there's a part of me that says, I wouldn't be surprised if he actually could do it. All right. Let's see. T.O. wants to make a comeback for the spotlight. Yeah, well, that's kind of what he is, Oh, if he brings up T.O., then we will have Randy Moss and Oz Hakeem. There you go. Well, Randy won't change because even at this age, he can still walk the routes that he's not going to be thrown to. So he can still do that. You know what I mean? Jose goes, at least you admit Democrats, Biden corrupt and only political, shameful. Jose, bro, I'm not like you, bro. I'm not stuck to Republicans or Democrats. See, that's the problem there. I can already read from your comments, right? And the Republican side is just perfect, right? Democrats suck and Republicans are fantastic, right? That's what you're going to say, right? That's what you're going to say. No. See, I'm more honest. Both sides suck. Both candidates suck, Trump and Biden. And if you think either one is good for America, you're completely lost, you and whatever party you're following. That's the difference, Jose. I read through your bullshit. Me, I'm brutally honest about everything. That's the difference. You're the guy that won't admit what's wrong with your party. That's the problem. So I can already read it right there. If you only think that one side is shameful, that's embarrassing, bro. There you go. I'd give T.O. a better shot at making the roster than Tebow did. Michael, that's fantastic. That's a great line on your part, dude. Wow, that's awesome. You are so right that if you were all things equal right now, and he's 10 years older than Tebow, that you are 1,000% right. That T.O. could easily make a roster as a wide receiver over Tebow in any position in the NFL. Not just tight end, any position. He can't play in the NFL. T.O. would have a much better shot, excuse me, at making a roster than Tebow. Dude, you're 1,000% right on that. That's a great line right there. Not that you want either on your team, not that you're going to win any kind of Super Bowl because you have T.O. or Tebow on your team or anything like that. It's a novelty to have them. But legitimately, T.O. right now is still the better football player than Tebow at the NFL level. Yeah. I like that, Michael. I like that. That is super strong on your part. Oh, with all this political talk, I bet you want me to do more bath salts and talk about reggae beats again in Pensacola Fairgrounds. I agree. Welp, smoke them if you got them. USA, USA. Big O, who would you make president? It certainly ain't going to be Biden, Trump, Bernie, or Hillary. It ain't going to be any of that shit that they give us. That's for damn sure. Who? Man, that's a great question. You need like somebody that can actually be a decent human being, not be racist, care about human beings, know how to balance a budget. It's a really, really tough one, man. And part of it, I got to try to pick somebody that's like a decent human being on top of all of that too. You know what I mean? Because when I see Trump or Hillary, it just like, ew, you know, it just makes me kind of sick because you can't trust those kind of people. You know, Biden's just incompetent. That's, you know, he's going to do what all the other Democrats do is tax the shit out of people. That's their answer. Tax this, tax that, tax everything. It's hard, man. It's hard. I don't know who to think of, but it won't be a politician because I don't know which one I could trust right now that I would name as a Democrat or Republican. You know what I'm saying? It's hard. I've voted for both. I vote for Democrats and I've voted for plenty of Republicans. So it's tough, dude. Who would I pick as president? It's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Mark Cuban, maybe. He looks like a decent dude overall. Certainly can run a business. Has some common sense. Denzel Washington, smart man, good person, I think. I don't know if he knows anything about balancing a budget. I don't know, man. It's tough. I got to try to find somebody that I think is actually a decent human being and maybe a good business person. That's not an easy question, my man. And it's not it's become, you know, what's the worst part about being about a president is that the job sucks. Because half of America already hates you the second you take over. And then half of the government is against you. Because that's all we are now, right? Democrats are extremes and Republicans are extremes, and then they can't meet each other halfway. They've got to try to strong arm each other one way or another to get things done. There's nothing really truly bipartisan. So the second you walk in for whatever party you're part of, the other party's out to just get you. So it's really hard to put somebody there from either side of the aisle. You understand? It's tough. It's hard to find them. And it's not like they give us great selections every 4 years. They give us embarrassing selections every 4 years. Dude, I voted for Reagan. I voted for Bush Sr. I voted for the first go-around for Bush Jr. I didn't vote for him the second go-around. I voted for Clinton. I voted for Obama. I voted for both sides. But I don't know who. Now, I will say this. Voting for Reagan or voting for Bush or Bush Jr., I never saw any of those people side with white supremacists. Those guys would never say, well, both sides over there in Charlottesville are good people. Oh, hey, Proud Boys, stand by and stand down. You know, I never saw hate groups around Reagan and hate groups around Bush's. Yet we vote a president in that has that. And then this clown that we voted in, we only voted this clown in because he was going to take the virus more serious than Trump. That's it. It's the only reason. Trump takes the virus serious from the get-go. He wins by a landslide. He lost it only because of the virus. And he associates himself with a whole bunch of dog crap. And he still would have voted in because both candidates are so bad. And we were just at a tipping point with this stupid virus. That's the only reason the old man's in there. But this is the selections we have. It's terrible, man. I don't know who. You guys can give me some names if you want. Actually, Don Parlamento, Tim Tebow's not bad. Might be a little too conservative sometimes at certain things, but he's a good human being. He would probably do what's right for everybody. Tim Tebow is pretty good. That's actually that's better than any of the ones I said. I got to say, Tim Tebow is pretty good as president. I would vote for Tim Tebow. Yeah, I would vote for Tim. I would vote for Tim Tebow, and then I'd kill myself 10 times over, so then my dead body can then vote also for Tim Tebow 10 more times. So I'd give him 11 votes on my part. Tim Tebow's pretty good. I like that one. The Rock Rock's a good dude. I like The Rock. I don't know if he could, do anything on the budget side and running a business and all that stuff and running the country, but The Rock's a good person. I like that one. I like that one a lot. That's a good one. That's a good one. Big O, you know what we need? A young president. That's it. But who? That's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. Who? Who do we give it to? That's because the Democrats and the Republicans can't pick a good candidate. There's no way. They don't know how to find one. And lots of Democrats and lots of Republicans are so blinded by their own parties that no matter how many flaws their candidates have, they're like all gung-ho about them. And it's like, come on, man, really? Seriously? You're pumped up about Hillary? Seriously? That gets you excited? Bernie gets you excited? Like, you don't see the bullshit through Trump? Like, you don't see that Biden's going to be a freaking disaster? Really? It's crazy, man. It really is. Flo? Somebody put Flores there. I don't want Flores to be president. I'm sorry. He's got more important things to do, like getting the Dolphins a Super Bowl. Okay? I'll make you a deal. I will allow Brian Flores to be president of the United States after he wins 8 titles for the Dolphins. Okay? That gives us 10. And I'll say, okay, I'll let it go. The world is mine already. Go ahead, Flo. Run the country. But I'm not allowing Flo out of his contract and allowing him to leave the Miami Dolphins and run the country. Can't do that. Sorry. No, I need my Super Bowls first. When I get my Super Bowls, and I get plenty of Super Bowls, then I will allow Flo to go for it. By the way, I kind of like Flo for president. Better than all the shit we've had here the last few years. Oh, and those guys will, and poor Flo, his life would be over. It's a death sentence, right? And I don't mean like literally dead. I mean, you become president and you just age and you just get ripped by people and nobody ever is appreciative of anything that you're going to do. So we're actually throwing a Flo to the wolves. We're telling Tim Tebow, hey, you're happy being you. Why don't you be miserable and become president? We're not really doing Tebow a favor by putting him there as president. We're just making his life absolutely miserable, like every president that's out there. Candace Owens, oh yeah, that would be a really good one. Tulsi Gabbard, yeah, Hawaii, way to go. She was in the military. She's kind of good looking, by the way. Tulsi Gabbard, I gotta say, just saying. I gotta, throw it out there. She is kind of good looking. Don says he's going to turn it over to Kamala Harris before the end of his. Dude, Kamala Harris will be running this thing in another year. He'll just be a puppet. Are you kidding me? That guy takes 10 steps and you got to wind him up. Flo is a natural born citizen, no problem. Yeah, no, but he's got to win championships for us. No, he's got more important things to do right now, like running the Dolphins. Nico says, I like Tulsi too. Billy Corbin. Billy would be an entertaining president. He would be awesome. He'd rip the hell out of people. It would be great. Yeah, LOL. More important things to do than president. That's what I'm saying, Drago. You agree with me, right? There you go. You're laughing, but you're agreeing with me, right? Flo's got more important things to do right now. Gotta win us some championships, bro. I vote for the Mandalorian. This is the way. That would be the slogan, right?
I'm the Mandalorian. I'm running for president. This is the way. And that's it. And then we just go vote. And when they ask, what'd you vote for? I said, this is the way. And then they're going to know right away. You voted for the Mandalorian. I like it. As long as he doesn't make Gina Carano his vice president. Let's see. Oh, Jim from Taxi for president. I like that. I like that. Does Flo speak Spanish? I think he does speak some Spanish. He's Dominican. So, yes, I think he does. I don't know how good, how fluent he is, but apparently he does speak some Spanish. Biden is going to have a mild stroke or something. Step aside after midterm so it doesn't count one of her 2 possible terms. Well, I'm not gonna wish a stroke on anybody, bro. That's a little cruel there, Henry. Okay, I'm gonna go with Biden's a puppet and Kamala will run it. You know, that's what I'll go with. Okay. Well, you guys have come up with better candidates than I have. I give you credit for that. It's hard, man. It's hard to pick somebody that everybody's going to, get after and support. They'll find something. Dan could give out his isotoner gloves to every American. Dan Marino would never want to be president. I put mild stroke in quotes for a reason. That's just wrong. Flo is Honduran. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was Dominican. Honduran. I'm sorry. But he should have it. Mitchell says, so very funny, I had to pull over from driving. Flo for president in 2032 after a bunch of championships. Yeah. I mean, come on. You guys have to agree with me on this. The state of the Dolphins is way more important right now than the country. Okay? They're not going to stop the fires and the earthquakes and the dry lakes and the inflation and everything else going on. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to save that. But Flo can save our team. And Flo can give us some championships and some parades and some fun, some entertainment. And then he can go be miserable. You know what I'm saying? Because you know that once he goes to office and he's sitting there like 6 months in office, he's going to reminisce and going to go, man, I was having some fun as a Dolphins head coach, winning all kinds of championships, embarrassing Bill Belichick. You know, my first year, I knocked him out of the bye week. I made him play in the wild card round. And within a couple years, I was embarrassing him, winning all kinds of Super Bowls. And he was sitting there with his thumb up his ass. And now here I am getting slammed by everybody. What the hell am I doing? That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we need Flo here first for a few years. 8 championships, and then we can let him go. Then we'll allow him, then we'll give him permission to become president. All right? That's it. Flores speaks broken Spanish. His mother was from Honduras. Ah, okay. All right, so he knows a couple words. All right, there you go. He fits perfectly in Tampa. Anybody? I wonder how many of you picked up on that one. Anyway, if you want to get in on the YouTube channel, you can send in your comment, your question, your presidential selection on Twitter at Big O Show, on email at Big O Radio Show, at yahoo.com, Cash App or Venmo. It's Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. Yeah. Yeah. Jose goes, but if you put Trump back in there, I would feel 10 times better. Of course you would, Jose. You have no freaking clue. I get it, bro. I understand that. You're locked in. You're a one-party guy. You have no objectivity whatsoever. You couldn't be honest if your life depended on it. I get it, bro. I understand. I understand. You're the kind of guy that lies to yourself. That's fine, bro. There's a whole bunch of people in your party that will lie to themselves too. You know, it's all right. No problem, dude. It's all right. Just put them right there next to Bush Sr. You know, yeah, just look at them in the same light. Yeah, because they're this same kind of people. Yeah, of course they are. Go ahead. You do that, buddy. Denzel Washington. Yeah, I like Denzel. I like Denzel. Denzel might be, now, again, his life will be completely ruined. You think about Denzel. He's been making all this money. He's, he could have any woman in the world as he's done all these movies over the years, because the women love Denzel Washington. So we're talking about a guy that makes all the money in the world, one of the best actors, can have any woman pretty much, millions all over the world fawn over his ass, and he's going to become president and be the most miserable son of a bitch in the world. Think about that. The life that Denzel Washington has had, by the way, he dwarfs the president's salary too. He makes so much more money, and he's going to go make less money and become a miserable dude. To tell Denzel Washington or Mark Cuban, hey, why don't you become president? It's like you're better off just jumping off a building that's 100 stories tall, right? Because the misery will be a lot faster. It'll be over quickly. You'll splatter on the ground, and it's done. You go be president for 4 years, bro. You are the human piñata. Okay? It's just people whacking at you the entire time. Oh, I feel bad for Tim Tebow, for Denzel Washington. We've just ruined their lives. It's like, if I hate you, I want to make you president, basically. Like, you want to get revenge on somebody, you don't have to shoot them, just put them in the White House. That's all. You don't have to hang them, just put them in the White House. You don't have to drag them in a car hooked up to the bumper for 10 miles. Just put them in the White House. Flores speaks 3 languages: English, Spanish, and, well, I don't know what the hell that is. Garifuna? What the hell? Is that a joke? Because I have no idea what you're talking about there. Let's see. Tax cheat. Yeah, he would make a great president. Yeah. Stephen Ross as president. He'd bring the orange carpet to the White House. And that just doesn't fly. You know what I'm saying? I like Stephen Ross as the football owner. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. I don't know about him as president. I don't see him. I don't see him have that sauce you need. You know what I'm saying? But hey, the orange carpet in the White House would be interesting. J-Lo shows up. Serena shows up. Mark Anthony shows up. Alex Rodriguez wish he would show up. Would be kind of interesting, the orange carpet. Big O for president. Thanks, Jimmy. I appreciate you, having me commit suicide. That's all we need. Pat Riley. I like that. I like that. It's misery, because he really is going to say, I wish I was in Long Beach. That's what he's going to say. But I don't know if we should allow Riley out of his deal with the Heat yet. I think he needs at least 3 more championships for us, then maybe we can allow him to be president. But Riley would be the best dressed president we've ever had. Right? I mean, Riley would be slim, be wearing those Armanis. Walks into Congress or the Senate, just starts raising hell. Everybody's ashamed because they're all underdressed. He's just killing you because he looks sharp and you look like shit. It would be, and probably the White House would have a sponsorship. It would be the Armani wing now. It won't be the West Wing. It'll be the Armani wing. One of the rooms there would be all suits. Okay. There's some things that could happen out of there. I don't understand why if you don't agree with someone's point of view, then they are not honest, crazy, stupid, etc. Can we just agree to disagree and try to find common ground? Sure, I have no problem as long as you're honest with yourself. If you're not honest with yourself, I can't help you. But like Jose, you could tell he's a party zombie. That's what I call people like that. They're party zombies.
They only have one. They only look at one party. They think their party's perfect when they're both all screwed up. And so if a Democrat tells me, no, we know what the hell we're doing, I'm going to laugh at you. And if a Republican says, yeah, we know what we're doing, I'm going to laugh at you. But if you can't be honest with yourself about it, you know what I mean? I can't help you, dude. You can't be honest about the people that are in your party and what they stand for. I can't help you, bro. So, yeah, I'll call you crazy on that. And I'll call you ridiculous. And naive or stupid, too. You know what I mean? But I'm different than most folks. I'm not stuck to either party. I don't care about either party. I'm pretty honest about it. I know I see what's wrong with both parties. Typical. Riley, too old. No, man, Biden's older than Riley. Biden's older than the Constitution. So if he's in there, Jorge Mas is president. I don't think Mas would want that job either. Sorry, I must have entered the wrong room. I wanted to see Miami Dolphins. None of this nonsense. I know, Michael, right? But the problem is, dude, you missed the first 3 hours of the show. I don't know what else to tell you about the Dolphins. I don't got anything else to tell you about the Dolphins for today. That's it. So I'd love to help you out on that, but we're kind of screwing around towards the end here, bro. It's kind of towards the end of the show, so we're screwing off. I don't know. Do you want me to talk about Jack Morris being indefinitely suspended? Do you want me to talk about KD and Draymond, which that's a fantastic story. Now they want to blame Kerr and the GM for their breakup. These two whiny little bitches. You want to talk about Buffalo possibly, the Bills possibly leaving Buffalo? I mean, those are some of the stories that's available. We could talk about Amber Rose. Did you hear this story about Amber Rose? Do you guys know who Amber Rose is, by the way? She was with Kanye years ago, and she's a pretty woman. All right, I'll admit, Amber Rose is a good-looking woman, heck of a body, all that stuff. Obviously, her odometer has gone around like 87 times. So, I mean, that's like throwing a hot dog down a hallway. You know what I'm saying? With Amber Rose. But having said all that, there's a story out now that her boyfriend cheated on her with 12 different women. Now, listen, I don't wish it on anybody. I get it. Some people have some issues with their relationships, and some people fall out of love, and it happens. And some people go astray and they go in other directions. And that happens. It's sad, but it happens. But in Amber Rose's case, okay, this is funny. Amber Rose has been cheated on by every man she's ever been with. Tough pill to swallow. Apparently, she found out her latest baby daddy, music producer Alexander A.E. Edwards, cheated on her with 12 different women, maybe even more. She claims to have found texts and DMs evidence. I get the feeling A.E. wasn't trying too hard to hide what he was doing. If you're cheating with 12 women at the same damn time, you clearly don't give a damn about your significant other. Even Offset thinks this is excessive cheating. It's a great line, by the way. Great line. Rose in her IG rant ponders why this keeps happening to her. And, well, I can tell you this. Amber Rose doesn't look like the kind of woman that you would settle in with. Okay? Just like what we were talking about, most of these candidates the last couple of years, the ones we voted in office or whatever, they shouldn't have been in office. They shouldn't be running. They shouldn't be the crappy candidates that we have to settle for. You know, that kind of stuff. Amber Rose, I mean, has she looked in the mirror? Has she checked out her past? Like, seriously, Amber Rose is one of those women that, I hate to say this, but, you know, guys will understand this, and I think some women that are watching may understand this. Amber Rose is one of those women that if you're a normal guy, she is just a conquest. That's it. She's a one-night stand. I don't think you're sitting there going, wow, I really want to marry Amber Rose. No. Let me explain the mind of a man. I want to bang Amber Rose. That's it. It ends there. That's the only thing that will come out of 99.999% of men when it comes to that. Halle Berry, you might say, oh, I want to marry that. Even though it's hard for her to keep a man, but you'll still try there. You know what I'm saying? Jennifer Aniston, hard to keep a man, but maybe you'll try there. You know what I'm saying? There are certain women that you could say that are in entertainment or whatever. You say, well, yeah, I want to marry her. Amber Rose is not the one. It's no. You know, it's just not the case. So if she's surprised that men keep cheating on her, well, maybe there isn't much after the sex. Maybe there isn't much substance after that. You got to remind people that if you're going to marry somebody, well, you know, sex will be great, but you got to have something else. There's going to be conversations. There's going to be some planning, some intelligence. There's going to be other things that you want to talk about and other things you want to do in life. And something tells me that when you hook up with Amber Rose, after the sex part, it might be as dry as some of the lakes out west. I'm just saying. Google Demi Rose. You're welcome. Amber, sorry, hun, but you're strictly stick and move. Exactly. Troy goes, Amber is not wife material. Nico says, I say we elect Betty White as president. Who can say anything bad about her? Yeah, you can't. You can't. Oh, Hallie's crazy. That's why she can't keep a man. But you know what they say about crazy in bed? Just saying. Just saying. You know what they say about crazy in bed. Because you know back in the day when you were single and you meet that girl that's kind of crazy, you're intrigued. You're not thinking of marrying her. You're not thinking of anything long-term, but you're intrigued. I'll just leave it at that. Okay? Just going to leave it there. I watched Hard Knocks yesterday for the second episode with the Dallas Cowboys. Can I say something kind of cruel? But I'm not going to say it completely in a direct fashion. But after watching the first two episodes of Hard Knocks, I'll put it this way. I can totally understand 100% how Ezekiel Elliott made all those mistakes and got in trouble in the past many times over. I'll leave it at that. Okay? That's it. I'll just leave it at that. Those first two episodes just kind of hammered away his past, and it just kind of brought it together. You know, like there was synergy. There was an understanding that you're like, okay, now I get it. Now I know why he did this. Now I know why he did that. Now I know why he got in this mess. Now I know why. just say, if you watched it like I have in the first two episodes, just want to, I'm going to leave it right there. Just lay it on the bed there for you. Spread it out on the kitchen table. Just nice and clean. Hopefully you understand what I'm talking about if you get it. Okay. Jeremy says, oh, if the U.S. gets to 50 presidents, the Dolphins will have at least one title under their belt. Why only one, bro? Why are you only going to give us one? Why can't we have more? I want to have more than one. One is just a start. Break the ice. That'll be in 2022. Did you watch Jones cry? Yeah, I did. I watched him cry like a bumbling idiot in the first episode. Oh, do anything to win. Oh, another Super Bowl again. Why didn't you just not chase away Jimmy Johnson, you idiot? You would have won several Super Bowls. There was still no cap in place.
Why didn't you just shut up and get out of the way? But no, you had to be the GM. You had to act like an idiot. You had to tell everybody that anybody could have coached the team. Well, not anybody builds the team, you idiot. So, yeah, they were so loaded, they could win even with Barry Switzer on cruise control. But who built the damn vehicle that could go on cruise control? Jimmy Johnson. So, yeah, I saw him. I had zero sympathy watching a old fart cry when he's his own worst enemy. So I had zero sympathy for Jerry Jones. Zero. Everything that's happened to the Cowboys, it's his fault. Yeah, you've made all that money and your stadium's gorgeous and you pack it in, but every year you're overrated. Every year you never get there. Every year you're overhyped. And every year some analyst looks like a complete idiot because they think the Cowboys are going to go. And every year there's somebody that gets fooled. I saw somebody, I forgot who it was, on the NFL Network this past week. They went out on a limb and said, I got to tell you, I like the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys are going to go to the Super Bowl. And it's like, really, dude? Have you not learned your lesson yet? So I blame everything on Jerry Jones. I saw him crying. What a joke. O-line question from Alexander Perez Sanz says, let's say it's week 6 and AJ or JJ sucks. Do you think the Dolphins front office is too headed to trade for Laramie Tunsil? No, they're not. Alexander, did you, before you wrote that question, did you take out the seeds from your weed, or are you smoking the seeds and the stems from your weed while you were creating that question? I'm just wondering. Seriously. Just run it by me there. Just want to know. Or was it the Mad Dog 2020 that you had in your hand, or a little Thunderbird? I'm not sure what's going on here with you at 1:49 in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time, Alexander. I just want to know. I'm just trying to find out. I just want to know where you're at right now on this. You know, are you hanging out with G Money and a little crack pipe? I just want you to know you're getting G Money in trouble with the Cash Money brothers. They don't want them smoking the material that they create. And here you are at the Carter, you know, you're a little out of control, bro. We want you to relax here. Let's get you some help. You need some help. I'm just saying. I'm just asking if they're willing to bring him back. I'm just asking if you do drugs. That's all. It's pretty simple. You're asking me a question. I'm asking you a question. That's all. How's the crack? It's working. Cowboy fans are like Lewis Black with candy corn. Oh, is there any doubt Jerry Jones would have been, oh God, a plantation owner back in the day? That's just wrong. Although I will say this, it was very plantation-ish of Jerry Jones when he suckered all the Cowboy players to go arm in arm and do that kneeling crap. I was so embarrassed for the Cowboy players that time. It was like, really, dude, you're going to allow this dude to sucker you into that? Go kneel on your own, bro. Don't listen to this old fart. Kneel during the national anthem. That's your right. You want to do it? You want to protest? You've earned that right in this country. People have fought for that. Go do it. Don't listen to Jerry Jones. And you got suckered and embarrassed into doing that. That was plantation-ish, that scene right there. It was sad. And the players played into that with him. Sad, bro. Sad. No cojones. That was disgraceful for the players when they did that. They allowed that dude who doesn't go through what they go through. He's not black. He doesn't know what black people go through every day. Doesn't live that life. He doesn't have any idea what blacks go through every single day, bro. So if they wanted to protest, if Asians want to protest, if gays want to protest, they got reasons to protest, man. So I'm not one of those that was against the whole thing about kneeling on the national anthem. You know, that's their right. I have no problem with it. Let's see. What else do we have here? Miami militia. If he's smoking seeds and stems, only thing he's getting is a headache. Well, I mean, headaches will probably drive you to not really concentrate. And then you're going to ask, hey, let's trade for Tunsil. You're high. No, I got a headache. But can we trade for Tunsil? Yeah, that kind of stuff. I said the same thing, Big O. Plantation owner faking it. Yeah, no, it was embarrassed. I was so embarrassed for the players. After everything you're fighting for, you're going to let this clown sucker you into that crap just so it's his agenda. It's not about his agenda. It's about what's going on with the black community here. And we got to fight for them so they can have equal rights and not be treated the way they're treated at times. It's what it's all about. That's what Jerry Jones should be doing. Not doing what's convenient for him because he may piss off a couple of season ticket holders. Get the hell out of here, bro. Big O, is it a sin that Jimmy Johnson is not in the Cowboy Ring of Honor? That's how petty it's been. Well, now he's going to put him in. You know, and I think Jerry even got embarrassed into that too, because Jerry sees that Jimmy's going into the Hall of Fame before he goes into the Ring of Honor. I mean, when you have a Ring of Honor player and he retires, you put him in the next year, man. You don't waste any time. And Jimmy Johnson's one of those guys that whatever your difference was, you should have put his ass in the Ring of Honor a year or two later after he left. Hate that when they do that to some people like that. I remember that very disgusting on Jerry Jones' part. It was gross. It was a slap in the face. It was you were mocking the black community by doing that. Is what you were doing. The players didn't get it. And I don't even know if he looked at it that way, but that's kind of what you were doing. You were mocking the whole thing by doing it that way, when that's not what a protest is all about. Usually a protest is not done for your convenience. That's why they chain themselves to a gate that leads into the nuclear power plant. That's why the young man that was lying in front of a tank in Tiananmen Square, when you protest, you don't protest in convenience. Usually when you protest, you are creating some kind of a disturbance. That's part of the protest because that's what brings attention to you. So when players were striking, they're not going to strike over at sports rooms or at, Publix. No, they're going to strike right in front of the stadium at the entrance of where the employees go in and out of, because that's what's going to bring attention. You're going to make it harder for the people to come in and out of that stadium. That's part of the protest. All protests normally are done in a fashion that is not going to be convenient for everybody, except if you're Jerry Jones. No. Let's do it before the national anthem. I'll do it with you guys. Like I'm with you guys. No, dude, if you're with them, you go down in the national anthem and you do it with them. If you are, if you're not, stay in your box and shut the hell up. But typical Jerry Jones. What are you going to do? Big O, with Peyton Manning in the Hall of Fame, I'm getting old and I'm almost 30. What I wish to be 30 again. What I wish to be 30 again. Oh, I would love it. I would love it. By the way, Santana is coming out with a new album. It's called Blessings and Miracles. Can't wait to hear that. I'm looking forward to it. Santana's an absolute freak. No other artist in the history of music has had more hits with different singers than that guy. It's nuts
how many different voices on his hits over the years he's had. Nobody's ever done that. Maybe one or two some people have had, maybe even a third. I doubt it. It's hard to find. That guy's had like 8 different singers over the years with different hits. Magical. Magical. Great stuff. Erykah Badu, by the way, I know some of you listen out in LA. I am envious. Erykah Badu is going to be doing a concert at the Hollywood Bowl. Earlier, we were talking about smoking a bowl because that one guy smoked seeds and stems. Well, now if you want to see Erykah Badu, you can go to the Hollywood Bowl and check her out. And I will give Badu a lot of credit. Not only is she incredibly talented, but she's got a badunkadunk that's amazing. She got that junk in the trunk. Anyway, she will be performing in October. She will be performing with another artist named Dos Negros and Steve Lacy as special guests. It's part of her Live from Barabutron U.S. tour, and it'll be in October on the 30th. She'll be there. So I have never seen Erykah Badu in concert. I want to go see her. And if those of you don't know Erykah Badu, just fellas, here's a little tip. Buy an album or two of Erykah Badu and kick it in and call over that special someone, or maybe that special someone is already there for you. And her music is perfect for a little love making. Big O, give Kanye West albums a chance. You'll love it, I promise. You know, I've never been too much into Kanye. I'll check it out a little more. I just haven't over the years. I think I've also been kind of turned off because he's kind of loco, you know, he's kind of a crazy dude. But yeah, I mean, some of his songs that have gone mainstream, you know, Gold Digger and stuff like that, obviously I know. But I guess I got to get more into it because so many people like Kanye. And it is amazing, right, that you kind of know he's now right. Like both oars don't hit the water. But obviously the dude is, you know, crazy ass talented because he makes the kind of music that people are buying it left and right. At what point do they say Noah is a bust, or do they believe they're going to give him 2 more years to develop? What I asked for you, Dolphin 13, is why are you asking this when he's only been in the league 1 year and he didn't really play a ton last year? He hasn't been in this league 3-4 years, bro. It's 1 year, and it was the pandemic year. You maybe want to give him a couple of years before you start calling him a bust. So you're the same guy that had Gesicki as a bust after the first year. And so you're the same guy that gave up on Tua already last year, right? Oh, no, you didn't give up on Gesicki, right? No, you didn't. No, I'm sure. Yeah. Of course. You believed in Gesicki after he had a shitty year, its first year, right? No, it's only Noah you've given up after the first year. I got you. Again, what is it with this negative stuff? Let's be negative when they've thoroughly proven they failed. But how are you negative after the kid's only been in the Dolphin uniform for 1 season? And he hasn't even played his second season. And you're already assuming that he sucks. So how are we supposed to actually forecast that he sucks when that's not official yet? It's odd, man. It's odd. It really is. It's the weirdest thing how some of you think. And I'm telling you, that same dude is the same dude that gave up on Mike Gesicki. And I got into the same conversations with many of you when you gave up on Mike Gesicki 2 years ago. Are you kidding me? It's just 1 year. Leave him alone. Let him grow into the damn. Oh, no, he's lost. He can't block. He can't catch. He's inconsistent, this and that. Second year got better. Third year was terrific. Kid's on his way. Man, seriously, folks, let's slow down. Let's give these men some time. Wow. Play Action 7 says, yeah, he's the same guy. Kanye, Outkast, Lil Wayne. Not into Kanye, not into Lil Wayne. Love Outkast. Love Outkast. Now, I kind of see them different, but maybe that's just me, because Outkast almost feels a little more poppy than Kanye. But maybe that's just me. Again, I'm ignorant. I don't know Kanye's catalog. Okay? So I could be completely off on that. Kanye was good before the Kardashians. LOL, he divorced now. Okay, so then does he get good again, is what you're saying? So now when you get away from the ass, you're good. You before you meet the ass, you're fine. Then you meet the ass and you marry it, then you become an ass, is what you're saying. Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'm with you there. Interesting. All right. Folks, we're going to wrap it up on the show. Oh, God, I went 4 hours today. We did an extra hour today. It's crazy. Tomorrow we are loaded. Omar Kelly will join us at 10:30. Ira Winderman will stop by at 11:30. Manny Navarro will stop by at 12:30. So you will get your Dolphins, your Canes, and your Miami Heat and NBA reports tomorrow on the program. Who knows? We may have another guest that we may add if something develops overnight. We appreciate all of you out there as always. We love you. Leon Fresco, Jose Banos, thank you for chiming in on the super chat. However it is you supported our show, please smash the hell out of the like button. I appreciate all of you out there. We went over 200 now. Let's see if we can go over 300 now. It's a beautiful thing. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place, and of course, same Bat Channel. Have a great one.
There's many ways to support our program, from subscribing and liking the show to visiting our terrific sponsors. Another way is using Cash App. If you would like to donate to the show and help us grow, download Cash App and search Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show. We appreciate your support as we continue to build the best sports show on the planet for South Florida sports fans. Support the Big O Show by using Cash App and donate to Cash Big O Show. Thank you for your incredibly loyal support.